You guys want the awesome intro music? Have you heard it yet?
I have,
Yeah.
and I do.
Yep. Yeah. I should remake it. I say this every single time, but I think I'm going to keep it now. Yep.
Yeah, it's got the personality of the podcast now. Let me look at.
My
Oh
switchboard.
yeah, you do have a switchboard. That's so cool.
You hadn't seen that before?
No, well, it's not like it's on the podcast.
It has
Wow.
been.
The first one with Jake. Yeah, it's got all kinds of little things on here.
Wasn't it up for
Pre-programmed.
key in them too?
Yeah.
Can you add?
Yeah.
Add new
no,
sound
I can
effects?
do all kinds of custom stuff. I just haven't. So, I mean, we leveled up. We got 4K video, good sound, and a dedicated room that doubles as the in-body room.
No, I think your podcast sounds great. That's one of my pet peeves because I'm a huge podcast listener.
Okay.
And if it doesn't sound good, it just bugs me so badly.
Well, it's hard to listen to. And when I was trying to, get into this for marketing purposes, but just share the community beyond just individual classes.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the most annoying thing I was finding is the sound quality of trying to do like from my phone.
Mm-hmm.
And then even the lavalier mics, like it's okay for a little clip on Instagram, but me and Cassie recorded one of her like medical oriented podcasts with a lavalier mic, and it was just like,
Yeah, it's
So-
not good enough.
so I said to hell with it. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it right. And I just bought all road everything, as you can see.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, and she speaks from experience because she has run a podcast for the university.
Yeah,
Oh.
technically, it's still out there. I haven't updated it at all, but it's called Public Health Perspectives.
You know my degrees in public health.
Yeah, I do.
Did you creep on my UNR profile? Make sure
No,
I
you
actually did my grades.
No, you told me. You
Oh.
told me it was community health sciences
Yeah,
at the
back
time.
then.
Yeah.
Yep. So today on the Double Edge podcast, we got Melanie Flores. Did I say that right?
Yep.
Oh,
Actually,
cool.
not
Oh, yeah, I got
Flores anymore
Oh
what?
yeah.
What?
It's still Flores
on paper.
On paper right
On
now.
paper, you haven't gone through the trenches.
Well, we just got married last week.
Oh
What?
wow!
No,
Announcing for the first time on the Double Edge podcast. Does your family know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Those that needed to know were there.
Yeah, first
right.
family knows, now the second family.
All right, and her husband, Shawn Hilbert. So when I was like kind of putting together my AI notes, I was like, "What do you guys like? Boyfriend, girlfriend?"
I know. I think people are confused. Whether
Well-
people call you my husband all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I also know, because you guys obviously met later in life.
Mm-hmm.
What, 5 years ago, 6 years ago,
Yeah,
something like that.
going on 6.
I know it's not totally uncommon to like, all right, I mean, we know we're together. We're not going to go through all this legal stuff, but
Yeah.
you guys did it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not our first rodeo,
No.
but this might be our last. Hopefully, it is.
Hold up, hold up.
Rewind.
Yeah, let's elaborate
I
on
should
that.
have said that better. This will be our last rodeo.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
Yeah,
In it to win it.
in it to win it.
yeah,
Well, you got a little girl now,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that was planned.
yes.
Mostly.
Ish.
Mostly. Ish.
It
Well, you-
wasn't not planned
Yeah.
is the answer.
I remember you
I call
saying
it
something
baby
like,
roulette.
"Yeah, if it happens, it happens." You had like a time frame on whether it was going to happen or not.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was another thing with age that you don't even know if that's plausible anymore.
Yeah.
So it was a blessing bonus
Yeah.
that we were able to, and we enjoy it, I
Yeah.
mean, that was awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, I was definitely on my my last few eggs, maybe, because I was 42 when she was born. So, you kind of wonder, am I going to be like Janet Jackson, or or she had her kid at 50, or am I just not going to have kids at all?
No, that's an interesting dilemma. I mean, when Cassie, we just opened the gym, and I was like all in on this, and it basically came down to, hey, I'm getting pregnant. If you want to be a part of this, you let me know. Like, no, and she was 29, and she's like, I'm not going to keep waiting. So, because unlike men who I guess create sperm forever, women, you get a set number of eggs, and it depletes over time, and then it's menopause, and then done.
Mm-hmm.
Listening to this podcast, Peter Attia one right now on male fertility. It's quite interesting, actually. And so you guys decided having a little. Well, you didn't decide you're having a little girl. No, you didn't.
No,
Well, I say by decide because I know when you do in vitro now, you can like pick the gender.
Yeah.
It's like,
Right.
oh wow.
No, this was all natural.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had
We
hell of
didn't even
a.
have any issues, really.
Well, your pregnancy went good. Your guys' nightmare came.
Yeah, our nightmare came during the birth, really.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to quantify conception to birth, the last 1% was the crash, right?
Yeah.
Like that last 3 hours of like her labor and everything that was going on. That's when everything went and turned to 180 like that.
Because I actually worked out up until the day I was due, or my delivery was scheduled. So, I felt great. Even Viola, she's my gym buddy here, and we were pregnant about the same time. And we talk about some of our PR scores were better when we were pregnant than they are now, which is terrible. But yeah, I felt great. I felt like, that because we were healthy and living a healthier lifestyle, that things would just go perfect. We had no idea, no preparation whatsoever as to what was going to happen during the delivery. So, do you want us to talk about that?
Well, I obviously, I don't want to, like, this is your guys' personal life, and I know you went through hell. So discuss as much as you want. I find it a very interesting story of family resilience. Like you guys, like, it was inspiring to follow the journey. And then when I came to my own family health crisis, me and Shawn communicated during that time. And I mean, you're the one that got me set up on that website to be able to share information. So you're not texting every effing person every 30 seconds.
Yeah, you don't even realize how much of a burden that is.
Yeah. And those of you guys listening and you have people going through a health crisis, it's nice to know that people are out there thinking about you. But it's really difficult when you're getting this and you like want to communicate. So I guess be patient with people that are going through stuff in their communication because like it sucks. But yeah, so at birth, I remember you said we're having a baby, all this stuff. And then I vaguely remember like I text you, everything went well. And you're like, nope.
Yeah. I mean, we were in the thick of it. I mean, it was from her complications at birth, so she had ended up through some things going on during the last part of labor. They ended up because she was on an induction.
Okay.
Because we trying to be all prepared and on what we want.
Yeah.
Our doctor wasn't going to be in on her actual like due date, and so we picked an induction date that she was working.
Okay.
Well, there was a couple things that went into that induction decision too. The first one was I had COVID during pregnancy.
Oh. And
at the time, I guess there were more women having stillbirths because of having COVID. I'm not sure if the research supports that now, but that's what they were thinking, that if I got induced, that might prevent that. And then on top of that, advanced maternal age was another issue.
Is that the politically correct term to use for that? I've never heard that one.
Now. That's what they say now. It used to be geriatric pregnancy.
I guess advanced maternal age is better than geriatric pregnancy.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
And I mean, you become geriatric at 36. So
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a lot of, I mean, she was immediately a candidate for the high-risk pregnancy center, even though she was going to a regular OB because of her age.
Okay.
And even with the insurance, like a lot of it was covered automatically, and a lot of boxes were checked because of that being a candidacy by her age. But even through all of that, everything was 100% quote unquote normal.
Yeah, I mean, I remember you working out regularly, everything going good.
Yeah, because I was going at 6 a.m. during a class at that time. So when we went, it was like one of those weird fatalistic things because we did schedule it so that my OB could be there. Apparently, I got a phone call on the way to go get induced to tell me that my OB couldn't be there, if we could switch the date to Saturday so that she could be there. And I didn't get that message.
Oh.
So we ended up at the hospital, and I ended up with a totally different OB.
Same practice.
Same
Yeah.
practice,
Just swap
yeah.
days, whatever, you know.
So that was like, I feel like that was like sign number one that things were going to go sideways.
Shit.
But you know, I feel like going back to doing everything right, because I know there is a lot of women in the gym that have been pregnant, currently pregnant, or wanting to get pregnant.
Yep.
And you know, you just can't plan for those things. You know, they have you do like a birth plan, and we got a doula, and you know, we did all the things that society tells you to do so you can have a good pregnancy. And then at the last minute, the doula just was pretty much rendered useless at that point because I had to have an emergency C-section. But we were there, before that happened, at least 24 hours.
Yeah, because we checked in early morning, 6, 7, 8-ish, maybe earlier. I don't think they started the process for a couple hours as far as you being induced, because they were assessing, like, has she even dilated yet? And I forget the numbers at the time, and like where to start you, where to start you from. Yeah. Like, they were kind of, you know, retrospectively, right? They were kind of surprised she was there for an induction, but it's such a normal process that they still proceeded. And not against anybody. I don't think that's a factor per se, but you know,
the induction, she wasn't, what do you want to say, past her due date? Because isn't that normally when they...
Technically, it was
we
a day
did it on
early.
Friday, and my due date was Monday.
Yeah.
All right, so it was close. So
So
it
it
was
was
purely
term.
prevented based on what was going on in society then with all the COVID stuff.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And so she's technically considered term.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of things people think she's a preemie because of all the things that happened. So we ended up going in. It took forever because I just wasn't dilating at all. So then they do all the fancy hormones, you know, the Pitocin and all these things to get things going. And I had this grandiose plan that that I was going to get to 6 or 7 centimeters before I would do the epidural. Because I really wanted to push it as much as possible. I wasn't as crazy to say that I wasn't going to do it. But I think what I hit, like 2 centimeters.
Yeah.
And I had our safe word. So our doula had us do like a safe word. So that meant business. Like, yes, I wanted that epidural. And so I think it was like donkey or something. I don't remember.
Some rant. Yeah. And basically, she could be sitting there screaming, like, it's like being in a workout, right?
Yeah.
And you want to cry mercy, but you know you can do another rep.
Yeah.
And so you want to ensure you're at that point that you need that element before the next rep, right? And she hit 2 and she's dying. She's puking.
It was like donkey.
And I'm like, all right.
He was trying to be supportive and be like, remember your birth plan. And I was like, nope, donkey, give it to me. And what they didn't really tell me is when you get induced, when you're not induced, you have all this time to kind of like absorb the pain, get used to it, and then you go to the next level. And before you know it, you're, there.
Yeah.
When you're induced, you go from 0 to 100 in like 2 seconds. And so you have no time to prepare or get used to any pain at all. I was like immediately throwing up and just terrible. Epidural, that was awesome.
Yeah.
I did not want to feel anything. I was a rotisserie chicken for the rest of the night. But what happened was Piper's heartbeat started to go down. Yeah, it started to kind of waver a little bit. And I felt fine. We were sitting there, we were joking and having fun.
There's steps to the induction that if they don't happen naturally, they try to, facilitate. One being the Pitocin to help you dilate and produce that action of like the contractions and the dilation and all that. And then, the water breakage. Like if they feel like sometimes they can help things along if they break that for you. And not too long after they decided to make that move, that things went from on track or quote unquote normal to some abnormalities started happening. Like Piper's heart rate started fluctuating. It would dip way down and then it would come back. And it would dip way down and it would come back. And then, like, I mean, it was crazy because during most of the process, you'd have 1 or 2 nurses or aides filter in and out, check some things, check on her, you know, whatever. The second time that heart rate went down, you would have thought it was a trauma room. Like a doctor came in, a nurse came in, they're immediately moving her and rolling her around, like, because it's trying to get Piper to move in case she's like falling on the umbilical cord or something like that, right? Like they're trying to do externally whatever they can to help internally. Happened twice, and then there was a conversation after the second one with the doctor that if this happens one more time, we're going to have to talk about the C-section.
And this goes back to like them trying to honor the birth plan. And this was something also put in my mind. So this is where I'm like, you know, you really have to educate yourself a little bit more beyond what a doula says. Because I was told that, you know, you have all these rights in the delivery room. One of those is that they'll encourage you to do the C-section if there's any just a little glitch, and you can tell them no, that you want to continue with your birth plan. And so the first time, I think I was like, I think I told him that I wanted to continue the way we were going, and then by the second time, I was just like, I think I said, do whatever you need to do to make sure she lives. And so that's when we got the trauma response. Yeah. And I was immediately transferred into getting an emergency C-section. I kind of wish I would have just done that from the beginning, but that's all hindsight. Yeah. You know, everything would have been different if I would just done that. But of course, you don't know that. And it's a surreal experience. Anybody who's had a C-section, because you're awake.
Yeah, I almost passed out.
Were you?
And I didn't even have the C-section.
Oh, so your wife had a C-section?
Yeah.
Okay.
With Claire. I was going to cut the umbilical cord and do that. And so it's like, it's time. And then the anesthesiologist, he's like, dude, you don't look so good. He sat me down. And I'm like, I don't know. So, Claire, if you're listening to this later, sorry. You missed out on that part. But it's gnarly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because they have like a curtain right here.
And I'm talking to Cassie.
Yeah.
And it's like.
Yeah, everything's fine, and your guts are out on the table on the other side. And I was just sitting there. I remember looking at all those bright lights and just thinking, I hope I don't feel any of this, you know, because I already had the epidural, and I don't know what they did for any additional pain relief and things like that. So, and then you have this nurse talking to you and stuff like that. And they brought her out, and I remember looking at her, and then you heard nothing. And I think Shawn, I remember looking at Shawn, and Shawn was looking at the baby, or at Piper, and they took her over for you to cut the umbilical cord, right?
I mean, I don't know if you'll remember this, but, you know, when she's delivered that way, they still have a prep table that they take them to, and they do all the little suctions and the cleans and the, you know, and it's the scariest silence, because you're so trained from everything you've seen and everything you've heard that there's a cry within like a minute, right? And there was none. Zero. And they're doing stuff, and they still have me cut the cord while they're doing stuff. Like, they give me that, and then within minutes, and I don't have a timeline anymore, but they took her somewhere else to keep doing stuff, right? Like, it's at that point.
So then Shawn's in a quandary at that point, because he doesn't know if he should stay with me or if he should go with Piper, you know? And so he was just so conflicted. I felt so terrible for him. I wanted my mom. My mom wasn't there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
We haven't talked about this in a while. Jeez. The doula had left because.
No, so.
Oh, okay. I thought she left.
She was waiting in the waiting room, and I remember having to make a decision to follow Piper to the NICU at Renown at that time, and or wait till she came out to post-op.
Yeah.
And I spoke directly with one of the nurses and I said, given permission to the doula to come be with her in post-op while I go down and check on Piper until I can come back up, because I was basically juggling. I mean, this was still, because by the time that happened, that's like, it was 3 a.m. when Piper was delivered.
Oh, wow. So you'd already been up all night.
Yeah, we were long haul, right?
Yeah.
And I remember going down to see what was going on with Piper, and there was all this initial info, right, which was a lot. Like, you know, they were hooking her up to, they had to put her on a cooling bed, that she was on a ventilator. Like, they were doing everything they could to support her until they figured out what was going on. Because essentially, through all of those little complications that happened, she had severe meconium aspiration, which basically, that meconium, which is, you know, diluted baby poop in the liquid, had tarred her lungs. Like, they were absolutely not working at all, not even 0%. Like,
which
nothing.
isn't abnormal. A lot of kids get that.
Well, the little bit, like, they'll get like a 15% or something like that, and so basically they have to observe them. So, like, my initial thoughts were like, okay, we're here for a couple days. They'll get her cleaned out, and we're fine, right? And every time we'd get info, it was like, no, it's much worse than that, and much worse than that.
They kept on coming up, and it was bad news every time they kept on coming back to the room.
So, but then, you know, I was going back and forth between the NICU, and then I had to go up and see her post-op. And then I'd go back down to Piper, and then I'd go up to see her get into her room, and until like 8 a.m. or something like that. Because at some point, your mom or Nancy, your sister, was able to finally get to the hospital and come up and be with her while I wasn't, you know. Because she didn't even get to see Piper until 10 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah, pretty much like right before they UC Davis showed up with their care flight team to transfer over. And yeah, she was just, it was terrible. She was so little. And they weren't sure if she was strong enough to go over the hill. Luckily, they were, or she was. But I couldn't leave the hospital because of the rule, especially with, I don't know, C-sections or birth in general, but I had to be there, 72 hours?
They made you stick to that?
Oh.
It's usually,
she actually
3 days.
Broke it by a few hours. But
so Shawn had to go over the hill while I was stuck at the hospital.
Dude, big picture, I have learned way more than I ever want to know about hospital procedure and checking boxes and fighting that system to the nth degree by the time this was all done, you know. But so we finally had, I don't know, it was about 18 hours later. Literally, we were in Renown for like 18 hours, and the NICU doc had been communicating with Davis, communicating the case, communicating her condition, trying to get the ability to get her there, because they have this stuff called ECMO, which is an acronym of words I cannot pronounce.
You used to know it.
Yeah. But
he was pretty much a medical professional by the end of this.
For some reason, I can imagine that.
Yeah. But essentially, it was like dialysis for the lungs, where they were going to hook her up to a machine at her jugular and pump her entire body's blood through a oxygenation machine and pump it back, so that her lungs did not have to function at the time, basically, you know, like the old iron lung or whatever, you know. But when we had to give permission for her to leave, to be flown, and she had to do it by herself. And the craziest thing I remember was watching that chopper, because her window of her room looked over the chopper pad. So I remember them loading her, watching them walk her out, but watching that thing fly away.
Yeah, with
surreal.
It's sad. You can't imagine.
Anyways, you know, and so up to that point, like, you know, you talk about all these scenes, I really felt like, you know, I think you've been there, where you almost, part of you separates and watches the show while you're living it, right? And you're making decisions and you're ingesting all of this stuff, but you're also, part of you is surviving, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you go into a flight or fight survival mode.
Right.
Well, think at this point, Shawn hadn't had any sleep at all. And he was expected to go drive over the hill. And I remember just pleading with him, because I was like, I don't need him to die, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, don't drive 2 hours or 2.5 hours over the hill. on no sleep. So I got him to stay to at least take a nap.
Yeah, I
And
laid down for like 2 hours.
My
maybe.
niece,
And-
who lives in Auburn, she was able to go and
Yes.
meet Piper there,
Okay.
which was that was
Godsend.
a relief,
Yes.
Yeah.
a big
Yeah,
relief.
because she sent pictures.
Yeah.
Piper's here. That like we had all this proof of life, this proof
Yeah.
of positive, right? But then I finally got up. I drove down there and I stayed the overnight with her until she got cleared. And then, I mean, we could spend hours on this, right? But like, eventually we both get down there, and among all of the so-called tragic things that are going on, there were so many positive things that happened. The Ronald McDonald House is a godsend.
Yeah. Heard that from quite a few people.
Oh man,
It is forever a charity in my heart, much like you with Forever 14 and stuff. Like they will get money out of me every day, all day, the rest of my life. We were able to stay there. Eventually, at first it was going to be short term, and then they turned us over to long term because it became months.
Yeah.
and it was really nice,
like staying in a
a
hotel.
hotel. Yeah, and they provided. They were women that came in and made cookies 3 times a week. Oh man, they were so good. Sean
be
was
in
grabbing one
trouble.
every time we went into the kitchen. You get your own little. You share a kitchenette with like a couple other families, and it was just kind of interesting because everybody there had something going on with their
Yeah.
kid.
I mean, you're not there if it's not serious.
right.
So,
It's communal, much
Yeah.
like here, right? But it's a different circumstance, but it's communal.
But like, the firefighters and the cops and like all these agencies would come and provide lunch and breakfast and dinners, and it was just like so amazing how beautiful people can be.
Yeah, and the other bonus of that place is it also gave you the resources to try to live a normal day-to-day life outside of what you were doing too, because you could cook your own stuff. You could do your laundry there. Like, you had all the necessary resources of being at home while you're there,
yeah.
Even
so.
a little workout. Probably the size of this room, but so once they finally let me go from Renown, because I had a C-section, which I didn't realize is so painful. Every bump, like just driving there initially, every bump was
getting her
just
in the
like
car.
so painful. Yeah.
Getting her in the car.
And so I had to do like the wheelchair thing for a few days. But then we got in there and Piper she looked like, those movies, like sci-fi movies with all the different lines going to the person. That's what she looked like. And her head, and the nurse said, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry you have to see her this way," because the liquid in her head like caused her head to really swell up and almost turn into like a cone head looking baby.
Yeah.
She looked like an alien. She looked not like her at all. And but the nurses at UC Davis is another one. Oh my gosh. I wish you guys could have been at UC Davis. The competence at UC Davis is outstanding. And the way that they do their patient care should be done everywhere. They have basically care teams, and you get to have meetings with those care teams to know what's going on, what are they going to do, what are they worried about, things like that. But your care team isn't just the nurse and the doctor.
Gotcha.
It's the respiratory therapist. It's who else
Anybody
was in
in
there?
her care
Yeah, yeah.
The
circle.
caseworker, like, it was a bunch of people. We had a whole room of like 6 people in there that were there purely just for Piper's care. And then in the morning, they had what did they call rounds?
So yeah, the first few days a week, again, you're still absorbing what's really going on.
Yeah.
And they would have their rounds, which Renown has started to copy a lot of this in their procedures, but they would have their rounds, and I wouldn't participate because I didn't know I could, first off. And honestly, I just wanted to be there with Piper. So then they would individually come in and give me snippets of info, snippets of updates, and you take it in and you're processing it, but you're not regurgitating back to them. You're not asking questions,
Yeah.
all that. Eventually, they knew I was going to be like down the road. Like they almost waited on rounds if I didn't get there yet. Like it was crazy.
Well, that's one thing. Okay, this is when you know, like, you need to marry this person, right? I was like totally just brain dead. The only thing I could do was sit there and stare at Piper, and I couldn't think of anything else. And Shawn was there, and he was, you know, with the care team, and like you said, he knew all the medical terminology. By the end of it, he was speaking their language. All the nurses and even the doctors were like, "Do you have a medical background?" He's like, "No, I work construction." But yeah, it was just, yeah, if I didn't know before, I definitely knew after that this man was going to be my forever. And, you know, at the beginning, they said she was very, very sick.
Yes.
And it seemed very, like, the prognosis didn't seem very optimistic at the beginning of it because they couldn't get her off of a certain respirator.
Oh, yeah.
And she couldn't, because of that, they couldn't get her in to do some of the things that they need to do. Shawn could explain, like MRI, they wanted to make sure that, you know, her brain was firing because she lacked oxygen at the beginning. They wanted, the respirator had caused her heart to get bigger.
Okay.
So what really happened with all of that with her heart is when you're born, so when you're in utero, there's a bypass valve biologically built into your heart because the umbilical cord is feeding everything, including oxygenated blood. So your lungs aren't doing anything in utero. When you're born and you take that first breath, that valve instinctively closes. And then everything starts flowing into the lungs, and they take the blood they're going to take. When her lungs did not take that blood, her system went into hypertension. And so she was on drugs just for that, like to help mitigate that for a very long time until her lungs took full capacity, among a multitude of other cocktails and sedative. Like this girl at 4 months old went through like the heaviest drug withdrawals I've ever seen somebody go through. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to see a baby go through withdrawals?
But
it is sad.
But the biggest thing the biggest things they were tackling at any given time was pulmonary hypertension and trying to get her lungs to function to a point to help relieve that and to get that valve to close. But for the first like 3 months, because you're in a hospital environment and because you're susceptible to everything, she had pneumonia. She got bed sores, which had ended up getting a fungal infection. Like there are all these prohibitors for going through with the process you needed to go through that you had to keep kicking back to get to the next step. And the first 3 months was just mitigation. Like it was just keeping her from not getting worse. And then eventually, finally, she got to a clear spot and they were able to take her in and do this procedure to close that PDA. And within weeks and a month, she transitioned. She's off the respirator. She's almost unassisted with oxygen and anything else. The only big tackle at that point then became eating because she never took a bottle. She never breastfed. And she was at the point where she had lost the instinctual ability to attach and suck or anything like that, right? So feeding tubes became an issue, and feeding tubes became the discussion before she could leave the hospital. And that was a really big discussion and a really big choice.
About that. Yeah.
So that was I mean, I guess you'll explain it, but she had the port.
Correct.
So that was pure. That had nothing really to do with what took place up to that. That was just a tool to be able to.
It was a peripheral result of what she had gone through and where it had put her.
Yeah.
And so to be able to go home, we either had to be trained to remove and install a nasal feeding tube, which if you've ever seen that done,
I have.
It is no fun.
Yep.
Or you get a button, they call it, which is essentially like a blow-up button for a floaty in the pool.
Yeah.
That unclicks and clicks and has a tube that you can feed them with until they can feed themselves. It took us like a week to make that decision because our biggest fear was that she had just come off of every bit of assistance.
Yeah.
And you want to put her in a surgery that's going to put her on assistance maybe for an hour And what if she doesn't come back off? Like, there was a huge fear with that.
Yeah.
And they accommodated every conversation we wanted. We had multiple meetings about it. Like, they put on whatever show we wanted
Like
to make
at
us
the
feel.
boardroom.
Yeah, like it was
that they had there.
insane the amount of accommodation that they went through to make us comfortable to get to that point, to get her home.
Oh, and they also let you pick a main nurse.
Okay.
So that person is kind of your touchstone, so that you don't have this revolving door.
And they know the
of
whole
providers.
case.
Yes.
That's one of the that's nice.
And it is a teaching hospital too, so you have students and stuff coming through. So you do have that change quite often with providers.
I had to check myself with the teaching hospital concept. I got in trouble.
I think I got in trouble a couple times.
Yeah, if one did something wrong, he would be like immediately in the doctor's ear, "We can't have that person here anymore."
Yeah, I mean, my thing with the teaching stuff was Claire started getting terrified every time somebody come in. It's like another poke, another scan, another whatever, and they bring in this herd of people, and then this person I get they got to learn. You got to learn,
right?
But they're poking, prodding her blood pressure and her heart rate's just starting to go through the roof. I was like, "You're the third person today that's done this. Get the fuck out."
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. You're not doing teaching stuff with my daughter anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Claire was very cognizant of what was happening too, and could voice her opinions, which is even, I think, even harder, because at least Piper didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
You know, she was sedated almost for 3 months at least.
Yeah, well, like Piper had at this point MRI. She'd been tested for so many other things to see if she had any infections in her body, right? And even UC Davis has policy and procedure for babies within a certain time frame, like at 3 months or whatever. And one of them was doing a spinal tap to test for meningitis. And they came in saying, "Okay, we're here for that." I'm like, "You're for what?"
Yeah.
And I go, no, time out.
Yeah.
We've had an MRI. It would have shown up. We've done every other test. She has no active infections in her body. She's had the biggest multitude of broad spectrum antibiotics you've probably ever seen in your life. I think we can wait.
Yeah.
And it was
spinal
pushed
tap.
back. Yeah. I'm like, no, because there's a lot of inherent risk with a spinal tap. I'm like, that is not a simple poke.
No.
Let's not. And they agreed. They finally backed off.
I mean, they were very thorough. They even did our genetic backgrounds just to see if there was any genetic reason for her condition. It was crazy. Yeah.
So it was purely because she like sucked everything in.
Basically, she had a panic moment at some point when those heart rates were going up and down, and the working theory is that when they tried to break her water, it didn't break like big. It basically leaked out.
Gotcha.
Over time. So she was panicking because she's losing her environment and then coming back and then losing more environment and coming back. And basically, I think what had happened is it had gotten so concentrated at the point before we delivered her that's all she was breathing was that stuff, because she was trying to breathe because it's a half environment. Like, that's the only theory we have at this point.
Yeah. Well, when he went to go break my water, he was like, "Oh, it's already leaking."
Yeah.
You know, so it was already broken. So, yeah. So a few things, because we kind of really went into it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a powerful story. I mean, obviously I was more familiar with it, but you guys are awesome. Like,
well, if anybody who stumbles on your podcast and they're wondering what kind of gym you are, and this is why we stay here. Like, well, even before when I was pregnant and I was at 6 a.m., you just had Sarah and Jenny and all those guys on. They threw me and Viola a baby shower.
Yeah,
they had known me a year, maybe barely, if that.
Barely, yeah. So she did not want to come into this gym when we met. And there's a lot of history with that, but in general, like, she wasn't going to do CrossFit. Like, I had to go and do Orange Theory with her a couple days a week so we could work out together. Yeah. You know, things like that, right? And it took almost a year or so.
About a year, yeah.
Before she walked into this gym. And I'll give props out right now to Sarah.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Sarah.
Yeah.
I sold 6 a.m. or 7 a.m., 6 a.m. on her with "You will meet the sunshine of the gym if you go to this class."
I remember that.
She is the welcoming crew of this gym, man.
And she admitted I was not wrong. Like, Sarah, if you walk into this gym, you will gravitate to her if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So
100% agree and 100% remember this.
I was sold on day one. I was like, okay, I'm ready. I think the next day I came in with a backpack. You're like, oh, you got your gym backpack already. I'm like, oh, I'm sold on this, which is funny because before that, I always did a gym a year. I would change a gym a year to see if I could get better results or whatever. So I had done, before I came here, I was doing Orange Theory. Before Orange Theory, I did kickboxing. Before kickboxing, I did Pilates. And then I don't remember what happened before Pilates. So I had, the history was I was with a previous person who had found CrossFit. And I say found CrossFit because people do, when they don't know anything about it, they're like, it's like you guys are in a cult. It's a, people evangelize it.
It's a culture.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so, he was all excited about it and all this stuff. And I was just like, he'd come home hurt and things like that. And I didn't get it at all. And fast forward, I meet Shawn. And he had just, I guess, recently joined, right?
Well, kind of. It was July 2019, and then you're January 2020, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
So what's funny is I started South July 25th. I looked it up today just so I'd have the stat. And I was encouraged to come in because I had been dabbling in some new fitness ventures due to wanting to improve my health at my age because I was 47 at the time. And I was, hey, just come check this gym out. Didn't even say CrossFit to me, right? And it was when the first round of when you guys were running leans on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I came in I think it was a Tuesday or Thursday and did the lean. And I remember seeing the WOD being done at the same time. And in my head, there is no way I am doing that shit. I am not putting a barbell over my head. I am not flinging around on a pull-up bar like that.
Which I can't even imagine now that you would ever think that.
Right? There was no way. And it's all out of ignorance, right? Which can create even fear of I know I can't do that, so why would even try?
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's a common perception when people
very
see
common.
These gyms,
Very common. And it's from my perspective, it's one of the hardest things for me to overcome is, obviously the gym owner, people take it with a grain of salt. But it's no, we regular people come here and work out and they end up doing really cool stuff. And it's a growth process. But the perception of CrossFit, although I love CrossFit, still love CrossFit, it's a hard thing to overcome in society outside. I still hear it all the time. I can't do that. I get hurt doing that. I hear it all the time.
Well, I wasn't necessarily afraid of the dumbbells because actually in high school, quite common for me to be one of the only females in the room. But, I used to work out with the football team in their gym. And then I would walk up because I went to Minogue when Minogue was right over here by UNR. And they had a gym up the street there. Now it's a bunch of housing. But so I'd walk up there and I would work out after school. And so, I've been in and out of the gym my entire life. Now I really value health, but I've kind of minimally valued health my entire life. So I don't know why I was so scared. It did seem kind of cultish. I would go with
Let's just be honest. There is an element of cultish to this.
You do. It's so funny because even as Shawn, he can get into a conversation about CrossFit and he won't shut up. He'll talk about it for days and days and days. And I was like, can we talk about anything besides CrossFit?
But let's be fair, it's not about CrossFit. It's about doing power cleans or it's about doing a snack. It's about aspects of lifting or something like that, which is to me, not going down the cult road of CrossFit. It's about the actions, right?
Well, I don't know how you got me in here. I have no idea. I had a weakness, I guess.
Well, I think the one phrase I have told her, and it's like my new favorite phrase, if I tell anybody that is going to try functional fitness, CrossFit, whatever you want to call it, is you need to give it a month, just like you've been preaching, right? But it's true.
This is why I give away a month now. It's like,
Right.
give it an honest month.
Yeah.
And I think that is the only way to understand this place, because if you give somebody a free walk-in, a 1 day, you are gambling whether you're going to have the best WOD on the board or the worst WOD on the board, and whether or not you're going to sell them, right?
Yep.
But I told her, you will feel stronger after that first month before you feel like you look better. Like you will feel internally better much sooner than you will feel externally better about yourself. And I remind anybody that tries any of this that it is all about, like, you won't see it in the mirror before you feel it in your movement. Yeah. By any means.
Yep. 100% the truth.
And I came in, of course, Sarah. Yeah, everybody loves Sarah. She was definitely one of those great points of the gym. But I will give you kudos, Derek, as well. Because when I came in, you're like, okay, you're going to use this bar. It was like the 15-pound bar at the time. And I was like, oh, okay, I could do this. This is good. Because I'm watching everybody else and they're lifting crazy weights. And, I was talking to Chris McBroom, who's the chiropractor here at the gym. And he said, a lot of people's ego is what gets them hurt. It's not the exercise themselves. And I can see that, because I can see if you go in and you're like, see everybody else lifting heavy, that you're like, I'm going to lift heavy too. So I like the fact that you kind of took that choice away from me at the beginning and said, nope, you're using this bar and I want you to do this movement instead of this movement. And I've learned real quick what build means, what scaled means, and, working out for where you're at and what your goals are. And the coaches are so good at really helping you do that. And I feel fortunate I got to, my first coach was you, the owner of the gym. And so I don't know. I feel like I could have came in on any coach and I would have got a similar experience. But I think, before I got pregnant, I did 6 a.m. pretty regularly. Yep. Like Sarah and Jenny said on here, like all those people are regulars. Like they're ride or dies. They're here every single day. And I remember I was like, okay, I'm starting for 3 days a week. That seems like enough. And I even remember when I signed up, you asked me, how many days are you going to go? And I was like, 3. 3 sounds good. And you're like, oh, okay. Like the kind of a smirk, like, okay, 3. And then I think by the end of the month, I was here like 5 days a week, and then started getting into 6 before I got pregnant. Pregnancy really kind of derailed a lot of my workout. But so it was just, and Jenny was talking about, or not Jenny, Emma. Yeah, she was talking about looking at Jenny and kind of idolizing her. Vi and I used to do that too. We'd look over there and be like, man, Jenny is so like strong, man. And she would like finish that bike so fast. The assault bike is like her bitch for sure. She is so good at it.
She's a power athlete.
And it makes sense now that I know that they were all athletes, because I was never an athlete. I mean, I did cheerleading for like a year, and that was not athletic. But, you got to see all these different people and where they are at, and you kind of can aspire. I didn't really measure myself. I've always been in competition with myself even before CrossFit. But I think it was more like, wow, look at, if she could do that, maybe I can do that someday. I never thought right now, but, someday. And the other part was I've never had so many female friends in my entire life. I used to work in commercial radio that was my first career for 12 years. And it was a dude fest. So I've always been around a lot of males. And didn't have a ton of female friends. And now I feel like I just have more female friends than I've ever had in my life. And they're supportive. and not competitive, you know, which is like so different than what I was used to previously.
It's funny that you bring that up because it's still a misconception, if you will. But I mean, think over almost 60% of our population's female. And like, it's CrossFit.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's lifting weights. It's doing all the things that people think it's just bros. And I mean, I don't know about other gyms, but I'd say our gym, last time I looked, I want to say is just under 60% of our membership is
Wow.
female.
People get close fast here too.
Yeah.
You learn, and I've tried to do it myself too, because there's been a lot more new people in the gym lately. Especially I usually go around 3:30, 4:30, or 5:30. And so I've been seeing a lot more new faces. And one of them was a new mother. And she brought her baby. And so I try to make it a point to go over and be as friendly as the people were to me when I first started. Because you kind of realize, like, you come and you hope that you're going to lose weight and get shredded and all that stuff. But then you just really stay for the community, and you kind of change your values as time goes on. Because I went from, well, I just want to be this certain weight, right? Yeah. To I just want to be strong. I want to be able to wipe my own ass when I'm 90, you know? Like, I want to be there for Piper for the duration or for the most of her life that I can, you know? Yeah. So my priorities changed in a big way. And I keep on bringing up Viola because she's my best friend now. Yeah. And, you know, we went through a lot together with pregnancy and stuff like that. But we constantly talk about that. And so now my new idols are like Danielle Spiegel. Like, I had no idea who she was before. And before I would have been like, wow, she has really big thighs. And now I'm like, wow, look how strong she is. Man, that is so cool. Mm-hmm. And you see all these like...
I don't even think I could share a barbell with her.
Right?
I wouldn't even try.
And you know, Shawn, it's an event, but Shawn and Viola are very much so into the CrossFit games and stuff like that. And so, you know, I sat down and that's when I was introduced to Danielle Spiegel. And
you know she's worked out here before, right?
No, I didn't.
She's done a couple at the South Gym because they go to Tahoe. Mm-hmm. I think it's like an annual family trip or something. But
oh, wow. Yeah, I know the guy with the mullet has been here before. I had no idea who he was.
Justin Medeiros was here because his girlfriend at the time was at UNR.
Yeah. So I didn't know who he was, but everybody here was like wanting to take their picture with him and stuff like that. And I was like, and that's kind of, that's cool. I think like women in particular are really hard on themselves.
So there's no question. This is something that I wish I could just wave a magic wand and help fix, especially raising a daughter now.
Yes. Oh, yes.
But
you mentioned on the last podcast body dysmorphia, and like everybody has a little bit of that. And it's true. I often wonder when you look in the mirror if you're like, am I ever going to be happy with what I look like? Like, I feel like I'm always making excuses. Like now it's like I had a baby, so now I'm trying to get rid of baby weight, you know. But before, what was my excuse, you know? So you have to change your mental mindset, and I think CrossFit does that for you. The community of CrossFit does that for you. Makes you recognize what's valuable. Family, friends, or what is your it's like faith, family, and something. Fitness. Oh yeah, your moniker.
Putting me on the spot here.
You're the owner of the gym.
Community, integrity, perseverance. I think there's one more. I should know these off the top of my head. I haven't had to recite them in a hot minute.
And you have the sayings on the wall, you know, which every time I'm over, we call it the pasture, which is like this green turfy area that people can work out on their own or do side work or whatever. And so you can see that. You have pictures on the walls. Like you probably, I know when I watched the podcast, you could kind of see this picture here, but not really. And you could see, or actually, I see Shawn.
Yeah, you can see Shawn
right there in the men's bathroom. Yeah. Every time I work out, I was like, I see Shawn right there doing a box step ups. What workout was that?
Chad.
Yeah.
It's a great picture.
It is a great picture. And now you have Ryan on there.
And I need to get 2 more for the other side.
Yeah.
And you talked about Momi, who's turning 70. She's up there, and very inspiring people. I like that you choose not the best looking people or the fittest people. It's like the most inspiring people on the walls. It's great.
I think that's in this space, like trying to balance fitness, physique, and I'm not going to pretend training for physique is a bad thing. Like I want to look good, right? I think, but I think there's a lost deal, especially with the power of social media today, of what's reality versus what is actually real life. I can do some things with a little bit of lighting and my camera angle to change my abdominal muscles dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
or Photoshop.
No, 100%, or Photoshop. But there's things that you can do when it comes to these pictures that we're inundated with constantly of what optimal physique and health and fitness and this and that is like. And it can get exhausting, and it can cause you to like beat down on yourself. I mean, I get caught up doing it. Like, I should be this way. I should look this way. I want to be like Paul, and like this and that. And it's genetics is a huge component.
Yeah, for sure.
And accepting that, I think, was one of a big turning point for me personally. It's like, and my genetics are different. Like I would never make it in bodybuilding. Right. My genetics just don't support that. Understanding that certain physiques, certain ways are only going to go so far when it comes to appearance, if you will. Doesn't mean we can't get leaner and this and that, but I have folks in the gym who measure at sub 10% body, men, sub 10% body fat, they don't have a visible abdominal muscle. I have men in the gym with 20% body fat who have a visible six-pack.
Yeah.
And this, like, the goal is to chase health. And I think when I shifted my own perspective in the last few years of like giving myself permission to train like an athlete again, but for a longevity mindset, my whole self perspective shifted in a big way. Mm-hmm. And it was very relieving because being the gym owner and this and that, I don't know. I mean, internally hold myself to a higher standard, or tried to anyways, and get very exhausting, especially in this social media place. It's like, you need to look a certain way. You need to do this. You need to be capable of doing that and this and that. And it's like, honestly, one of my big things that I'm going to start trying to be more vocal about is you can continue to progress and be awesome, but so much online, so much in publication isn't reality, and it doesn't display health. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you can get burned out when you keep doing the comparison game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, my screensaver says comparison is the thief of joy.
Yeah, and that's 100% true.
That's my daily reminder to not do that.
And I think so many folks, I mean, I know it for a fact. The number one reason people come through here on a trial, most of the time, 98% of the time, is weight loss.
Oh yeah.
Then beyond that, you have folks in their, middle age, or, getting 40, 50 years old that, like, either their doctor said it's time to change some shit. And you have that health pivot moment. Like, I need to just start doing something for health versus before that, it's weight loss and appearance. Mm-hmm. It's purely, we would say, vanity, if you will, not health driven. Mm-hmm. And one of the big things for me personally in the growth of the gym and us as a community is just being extremely health oriented, optimal health. But that doesn't negate that we still can't chase awesome stuff, like being really fit and looking good comes with that, and all these things come with that. But we're chasing health.
Yeah.
Internally, I mean, that was one of the big drivers with my wife and I teaming up, is really chasing health. And when you chase health, and it relieves so much tension mentally, in my mind.
Sure.
That frees you up because, extra adipose tissue, I'm not going to get along with the body positivity movement. It's not healthy when it's in excess, but what's excess? Like, if a guy's walking around under 20%, you can still be very healthy. Like, you don't have to be 6% body fat. And women, if you're under 28%, I mean, you're still on a healthy track. Like, in this idea of social media where you just have to be shredded out of your mind to be healthy, I'll argue some of these people aren't healthy, and they're not healthy mentally.
No.
So,
I mean, well, I've shown you results because I've been here. It'll be what?
5 years?
6 years in
in
July,
Yeah.
right? And I've done the in-bodies, and I've even gone so far, I keep my own data and everything.
Oh, we know about your data, bro. I want to get into that.
Let's talk about spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Hey, but in this window of time, from who I walked in as and to today, I've existed at almost every body comp you can be at on that spectrum.
Yeah.
And so I know the results of that body comp. I know the capabilities of that body comp, of like how well you can lift versus how well you can do body weight movements and et cetera, et cetera. And now I'm trying to find that happy medium of that body comp as I try to also beat those curves of age.
Yeah. No, we were talking about that, a couple weeks ago. You showed me your body, and it's like you've had a pretty solid change recently. Obviously, when Piper was in the hospital, you were still working out in the Bay Area.
Well, so here's a great story of the CrossFit community outside of here, because this is an awesome community. You have built a very solid community here, and if I hadn't been where I was with this place when all that happened, I don't know if any of this would have happened afterwards physically, right? Like being where I'm at fitness-wise. But we were down there for the first couple of weeks, and like she said, there's a little fitness center in there, and I'd go in and I'd mull around for a minute, basically just trying to clear my head, do something distracting, right, whatever. But once we knew it was going to be months, like that, it was a solid concept. I found a gym down there, and I found a CrossFit gym down there, right? And I'd emailed them, and I said, hey, I might drop in a few times. What's your policy, et cetera? Hey, just come in. We'll talk about it. That's fine. And it was this little traditional box, like in a manufacturing area, no AC, no heat. You know, I bet you I see no more than 6 people a class, because the owner of it basically loved CrossFit, but he owned the reptile shop next door.
Gotcha.
So he opened a gym so he could work out with his friends, and he just wanted enough membership to pay for the rent. Yeah. That's all it was.
There's quite a few of those out there.
Right?
Yeah, but who was there when you walked in?
But so here's the irony. Day one, I walk in at like their 5 or 6 a.m. No arrangement, no nothing to this. Pete Muller comes walking in behind me. And backstory to that, his wife had gained a residency at UC Davis, and that was like his first couple days there. So if a member from here walks into the same gym the same day I walk in there to find a place to get away from everything going on. So like, there's no more serendipity than that in this community. And they welcome me. Nobody asked questions. There was no prying. Like, over time, they all kind of got the story of why I was there and everything. And that's the great dichotomy of our community and any of these other gyms communities, is it is such a melting pot of professionals or career in there. One of them ended up being, a pharmacist that knew every drug that Piper was on at the time, so I could get the background. Like, but then the really cool part is a couple of the guys in there were like my age group or a couple years younger, but like that master's age. And one of them made it all the way to the Masters games last year. So it was cool to support him, know him, and be like communicating with him while he was there, to get an idea of what that would feel like if I ever made it. Like, that's probably off the table, maybe not 100% off the table, but it's just cool to know that somebody I had been side by side with was there doing the thing, So.
No, I remember you telling me that, and Pete was going to the same place.
Yeah. I think I texted you that day, like, of all the places and of all the people, imagine that.
No, I mean, it's a small world. Small world. No, I will say the CrossFit community as a whole is still pretty awesome. The people is what makes the community. I'm not going to pretend CrossFit as a corporation's not going through some turmoil. And I hope I was able this last summer when I did the Suffer weekend deal with Nicole Carroll's husband. I was able to talk to her about everything, and her perspective on everything actually gave me like a warm feeling about the future of CrossFit. And I have nothing but respect for her. I mean, she's one of the brainchild that developed the entire CrossFit coaching curriculum and everything. And she's still very much invested in the CrossFit brand, and she doesn't need to be at this point. But she very much is, and just her insights into what's going on is like, okay, because you're constantly wondering, like, we pay a nice premium every year to be affiliates.
To use the name, right?
To use the name. So both gyms each year is $9,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
And questionable on whether the value's there at times, especially when you're combating, you know, some of the negative press or local people or physicians and saying like, oh, you just get hurt at CrossFit. I mean, I still hear it often, and I also can't pretend it doesn't happen. Not every gym's the same. Not every coach is the same. I mean, what do you call the doctor that got C's in med school? Doctor. So it's like, you have to do your due diligence when it comes to joining a gym, a community. I mean, one of the biggest things I tell people to look for when they're moving or traveling, does the place have any full-time coaches?
Mm-hmm.
Like if they don't have a full-time coach, at least one, it's hard to believe that that's, if you're an experienced CrossFitter, you're probably fine. But just starting out, that could be a rough journey.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot of times, unfortunately, I mean, coaching is done as a trade or a little side hobby or this or that. And experience matters when it comes to coaching this style of training.
Mm-hmm.
It does carry high risk, but it carries high reward. And once you get through the learning curve in the right environment and the right coaching, the reward so much outweighs the risk. And I've seen it for 11 years straight here. So backing up, the beauty of CrossFit is the community.
Mm-hmm.
And a gym like we strive to do, I'm not naive to think that the community is the backbone of this place. And when you have a community like this, you get people working out consistently. And when you get people working out consistently, results happen.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the recipe. You know, we want the programming obviously to be effective, to be fun, to be diverse. That's why we shift around with coaches, different ideas, and try different things. But at the end of the day, like I tell folks, especially I get programming opinions a lot. I get them a lot. And try not to sound egotistical when I say this, but I'm like, I do the programming and I do it consistently, and I've done it for 10 years, and I think I'm doing all right. So consistency is the key. And if you love the environment, you love the people you work out, and maybe you don't like that workout that day, that's fine. There's plenty of workouts that I don't like that day, but you do it.
Well, and every workout on the board has the board version and your version, and people need to keep that. And I think too many people get stuck in the board version and can't understand that I did it today. Yeah. You know, there's always your version, and you're still there doing it with everybody else. You still get something out of it.
Well, you've grown enough. I mean, you're one of our coaches now, and you've learned, you know, you're really getting in tune with your body. And that's the biggest thing in the growth of this, even if you're not aspiring to coach or that, but just growing as a somebody, what do you want to say, a professional exerciser, not professional, but a recreational exerciser who does it for their health, is learning your body, your goals, how you respond to certain things in the gym, what your recovery's like. How did the warm-up go? You know, am I feeling good today? Am I not feeling good today? Do I need to undulate the intensity? When I picked up this barbell, did it feel like shit? Oh, and then you're like, oh, I'm so much weaker. Like, no, you're under-recovered. Mm-hmm. Like, that's a different animal. And the more you learn by doing more and more training, the more in tune you get. This style of group training really needs to become your own personal journey. And I tell folks, like, don't try to do what I do unless you've done what I've done to get to doing what I'm doing, because chances are it's going to be too much and you're going to hurt yourself. You need to get the workout to meet you where you're at, take you a little further. Meet you where you're at, take you a little further. Mm-hmm. Like you said, when you walked in, 15-pound bar. Mm-hmm. That's a big thing for me with new folks, especially if you've never done CrossFit before. We're going to start off way easier. Like, I would rather you leave here like, I didn't really get much of a workout. I can fuck you up. Like, that's not a problem, right? I mean, we still do it to ourselves after all these years. I want you to leave here, and then it's just your building blocks might be a little bigger at the beginning. Like we didn't have the 15-pound bar for very long, but I really like people starting off slower, easier. Get the lingo, get the class flow, get the vibes, meet people, get your own circadian rhythm with the class. And then we just start creeping up. And I also tell people when they start out, stick with the same coach for a while.
I think that's a good idea. Well, like I was with you for the beginning of me being here, and now I'm with Chase.
Yep.
And what's funny is Chase actually, because I don't know if he still does, but he used to teach CrossFit up there at UNR as well. So that's what I did before. I was at the UNR gym for a while. And I met him there, and he taught me how to row there. He doesn't remember, which is funny because when I started going to him regularly here, he's like, wow, your row looks really good. And I was like, well, because you taught me that row.
At UNR.
At UNR. He didn't know that.
It's funny.
But yeah, I think it's nice if you do stay consistent because they can see you from day to day. And now Chase knows what I'm capable of. He's now comfortable with pushing me, which when I was with you and you were like, are you running or do you not want to run because you don't like it, or are you not running because you have an injury? And I was like, well, I have a torn meniscus. And so I never ran. And then with Chase, he's like, I think you can run today. Let's do that. And I'm like, okay. And then I ran for Murph this year.
Okay.
I mean, granted, it wasn't like the whole way through, but I hadn't done that before. I always did like I think the bike or something like that.
I subbed it in.
Yeah. So, I didn't like it. And it slowed down my pace, or my number on sugar water, whatever. But it felt better because I was like, I actually am pushing myself. And Vi said something complaining about having to run too and stuff like that. And I said, the thing is, though, is that we're running. That's a huge feat within itself because I was not doing that 4 years ago, So the fact that I'm like, okay, I know where 400 meters is. I know what 800 meters is, stuff like that, is just a learning thing. So it's small things. And I remember one time...
it seems small, but it's actually a big deal.
Yeah. At the coffee maker, I remember one of the members, MJ, you said it took her 4 years to get to where she was at the time. And she was in really good shape. And I think this was the first Murph she was using the weighted vest. And I was like, 4 years? You kind of want it overnight. You expect okay, in a year, I'm going to be shredded, You
want the Instagram results.
Yeah. And I think, and you've mentioned this several times on the podcast, that consistency is key. And you might not see it in the mirror because you scrutinize yourself so much. You have that body dysmorphia or whatever. And so you're always going to see whatever, this fat kid in the mirror or whatever. You don't like your thighs or whatever. But slowly but surely, you are making changes. Like my mom the other day, she was like, oh, I think you've lost weight. And I'm like, and I hadn't. I haven't lost any weight. And I was like, okay, well, maybe it just shifted a little bit, But I didn't feel that way at all, But I did do my measurements. So I always do the in-body. And then I also do measurements. And so I had lost inches, which told me there was some distribution
Redistribution?
changes. Yeah.
It's the number one driver why I bought body composition, because I got so tired of hearing body weight when I know there's a recomposition taking place.
Yeah. And then the other thing, educating people on muscle mass, and your weight, because the other day I didn't want you to see my in-body. You took it from me. And you're like, well, your weight has stayed the same. And I was like, yeah, but my muscle had gone down and I don't know why that is. So, that's something that I can work on because I know that having more muscle is going to help me with my longevity goal more so than just staying the same weight. If I have more body fat and stay the same weight, that's not going to help me as much as having muscle. And those are things you learn, along the way. I think you help educate us a lot. I know you turned Shawn and I on to Huberman, Ataya. And then from there, I've kind of snowballed into like Gabrielle Lyon.
Gabrielle Lyon's awesome.
And Stacy Sims.
Yep.
And stuff like that. So I try to listen to what you say that are reputable sources, so that I kind of can feel more confident in what they say if I'm going to try something that they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, gym owner, coach, I'm not out here doing research. I mean, I guess in a microcosm I am, because I'm coaching people all the time. I see anecdotally what's happened to people over 20 years of training experience. Like, I've witnessed every diet. I've witnessed every drug and been around steroid use and abuse. I've been 20 years in this industry. You've seen it all, and you've seen training methodologies come and go. You've seen so much. And when you have social media now, it's so convoluted with people spewing out shit.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
yes.
And I just like people, and then I get at least once a day, at least one forward to me of some random influencer. What do you think about this? And they're just spitting out shit. Like, zero research backed, some random crap. And I'm like, no, you need to not follow that human being. Mm-hmm. I have a very small list, and you basically mentioned them, of people that I respect who do valid research and very much have reputable and credible information. And the thing is, like, this is so not complex that you don't need a massive group of, people to learn from. Mm-hmm. Like, fitness and health in its essence, if you will, is simple. Eat unprocessed food, eat protein, fats, and carbohydrates. Get your vegetables, fruits, micronutrients, lift heavy things, get your heart rate up, and do it consistently for a long period of time. Eat at a calorie need, not a surplus. Mm-hmm. You do that day over day, week over week, month over month, year over year for a lifetime, you do pretty good.
Yeah.
A couple things navigating that world is, the anti-inflammatory stuff and, balancing, lots of things are processed that are still healthy. They've been through one level of processing. Mm-hmm. And just navigating some of that. But in general, if you eat what the food is, the chicken, the strawberries, the lettuce, the food is, you pick up heavy things and you get your heart rate up and you do this in a consistent manner at a calorie need to support that, mm-hmm. You're going to thrive.
I think the only thing regarding that is, I think the recipe is simple on paper. Mm-hmm. It's the mental block that it's hard to get through sometimes. Especially with food, with some of us, trying to maintain under or at least at a certain calorie budget is hard sometimes. When you want what you want, you're going to get it. Other times, especially, and I find myself with exercise this time, is like, I'm going to do this amount of weight because I know I can do that. And Chase has helped me with this a lot, is that just try to see if you can push yourself a little bit further this time. And this last year is probably the first time I've ever worked out or did some workouts to failure. Like, I always did it to where I was like uncomfortable, but not failure. And it's interesting when I was like, when I did Coach Chris, who does the South, she did a kind of like a woman's retreat thingy. And during that, we did our
deadlift. You did the CrossFit total, I believe.
Correct. Yeah. And I had never done that before. And it turned out I could lift a lot more than I thought I could. I don't know if it was a good day or what.
I've been telling her she can lift a lot more than she's lifting.
Yeah. So, it's I mean, that's my new, this year, I guess, that's my new,
One of my favorite tricks is to put on random weights at a, like, to where the person can't figure out what's on there. I did that today with deadlifting, and she's like, how much did I lift? Like, about 120 pounds, and her eyes just went wide open. Never expected that I could pick that up ever in my life.
Yeah, do the random stack instead of the standard stack, and they can't do the math, and they're just lifting it.
Yep.
Yeah, Vi, she doesn't do the math until the very end. Number one, both her and I are terrible at math. But second, she just keeps putting it on until she fails, and then she'll do the math afterwards, so that she's not, she's kind of trying to get past that mental threshold or whatever. I still haven't done that, but I am trying to like push myself more.
Doing some workouts till failure is a big growth process, because in training you have to slightly overdo. And I call it optimal recoverable volume and intensity. Like, you need to push a little fast, but you can't do it to where you can't recover from it. And that recovery time frame can be 24 hours. It could be a week, like however long your training cycle kind of is. But you don't know what you don't know. And once in a while, you have to push till failure. Like, the 20 rep back squat max, one of the worst things you can do in the world, but you don't know until you know.
Or wait, that assault bike, the 5-minute assault bike that you talked about. That was so terrible.
I really, really don't want to do that again in 2 weeks.
I know.
I told Chase, like, bro, this is barely a once-a-year test for me. Like, twice in 3 months.
Oh, he broke me that whole week. I mean, I did it. I did all but one, and I think I forgot what happened. It was like the deadlift day I couldn't do. But normally I just go, and I don't really think about that stuff. Coach Wes, he made fun of me because I often walk in and don't even know what the workout is.
I mean, there's a lot of people that function that way.
And, one thing, it does prevent me cherry picking workouts. But I'm also not prepared for what I'm getting into. Whereas like Shawn will basically, put it in a PowerPoint and make a spreadsheet about it. About how he's going to tackle the workout for the next week.
I do look at the week so that if I know how I'm going to. So I just recently read, is it Grubb? It was one of the master athletes, Jason Grubb. Dude,
anyway. You probably know more about CrossFit than me now.
But, he's closer to my age group. And there was an article about where he had to transition his training from when he was in his 20s to now in his 40s.
Yep.
And he goes, at this point in my life, I'm training to improve, not to prove.
Yep.
And he's doing a lot of what you talk about, where like he looks at his strain and he looks at his heart rate zones, and he almost gives himself an account through the week of so much time here and so much time here and so much intensity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's all I'm doing when I look at the week ahead.
Yep.
I look, okay, that's my workout. That's not so much my workout. Like, I need to work on this. It's more of a fitness plan for the week, not cherry picking or anything like that.
Well, you don't cherry pick because you go every day.
Yeah, but you're the perfect example of what I wish I could get every person to do, especially when you're trying to really start. Performance matters, and you want to continuously improve, especially as we're getting older. And I mean, I do the same thing, and I've been saying this for a while now, but I'm only going to go really hard on a workout, full send, once a week. And I was telling Cody this, I don't know if it was in here or whatever, but I was like, and you know which workout that was, like the 5-minute bike. I was wrecked from that for 2 days.
Oh, I get it.
But I decided I'm going to do this, and I'm going to full send everything I absolutely have into this. Now, people be like, oh, you're only going to do that on things you're good at. Well, at this point in my life, yes, that's true. Because I'm trying to hit these max intensities, and I can hit max intensities at things I'm good at better than things I'm not good at. I can't cycle snatches very well. So I'm never going to get max intensities, plus the risk of injury because I can't do it very well. I don't have great shoulder mobility, and I'm just going to be honest, at my age now, I'm not going to put a ton of work in it because it's not a high priority list for me anymore. So I'm going to cherry pick the workouts that I can really push to get that intensity of the week, because I'm not trying to get intensity every single day anymore. I'm trying to train consistently 5 to 7 days per week of good movement that I'm able to continuously recover from to keep building. And when I gave up trying to send every day and just do my thing, it was transformative. It was very relieving. And I log in Sugar Wad because I'm the owner of the gym and I want people to know that I'm doing our product. Because a lot of times in gyms, coaches are doing their own programming. They're following this coach or this programming, their own thing. Like it has this aura of group class. I'm too good for group class. Now, I'm not going to pretend I don't do a little extra here and there. I do. But group class is my foundation. This whole week, all I've done is group class. My other client's gone who I do some extra stuff with. And group class is my backbone. And that's why I make a point of doing it, logging it, tracking it. Like I want to be a representative of our product. And with that, getting away from the CrossFit mindset we all had when we were I was in my early 30s, but Leo and the younger crowd of coaches back in the day, every day we go out into the gym at 1 o'clock after the noon class, and it was go till you're broke. Every day. Every day was a competition against each other. Every day was shit talking against each other. Like it was a very, I'm going to say competitive team kind of crowd. And it broke you down. And you just, at a certain point, early 20s, you can get away with it, but it just became so breaking for me. And I was 5-6 years older than them. So getting to 40 in this last 3 years, re-identifying my purpose of training and fitness in the gym, figuring out intensity and figuring out consistency over intensity was the biggest thing. If I can't feel good to get quality work in the next day, what the hell am I doing this for? And if I can't be happy and functioning on the weekends to do things with my family and, go out on the boat or hike or whatever we're doing, there was many times there where my body was so broken down. I didn't want to get off the couch. And CrossFit draws a type A personality. It draws a competitive person. And some of us, I'm very guilty of this, get caught up in that. And my advice to those of you that suffer from that syndrome, if you will, you really got to start looking at your own personal journey. Because at the end of the day, if you beat the person in group class and you just broke yourself doing it, that person's going to go home and have probably a good evening, and you're going to be laying on the couch and they're not going to give a shit about what you did or didn't do in the gym. They're going to be worrying about their life outside the gym. So getting away from the competitive side and just taking your own journey. And I love what Shawn does, looks at the week. Where can I focus on?
Don't tell him he's right.
No, but I do. I do, because I do the same thing. And I know a few other members that started doing this, looking at the week of programming, start thinking about, I got to pick up the kid here. I got to go to this event there. You start looking at your life and then working workouts and intensities and weights and things that you're particularly working on. And you start backfilling purpose and being intentional with your training. It's a much better journey. And it's a progressive. You can start progressing yourself in group class. And I know Shawn comes up to me, he has a plan. And sometimes he pulls out too many statistics and spreadsheets that I know he analyzed too long. And sometimes I'm just like, bro, sometimes you just got to send it and say, fuck it.
Well,
It is the smarter way to go, though, because here we go. It's the smarter way to go because you do get older. You do have to recognize, you need more time to warm up, which when I did come at 6 a.m., I came with Shawn. And so Shawn made me be here almost an hour early. And so we would warm up and I felt so much better. Yep. And now I'm coming in. I basically am here, if I'm lucky, a couple minutes before, if not after the time. And so I don't have time to warm up and I will mess myself up because we have warm ups during class, but the extra warm up just because I'm older, 100%. A little bit more creaky.
She calls it a warm up. I call it a diagnostic.
Yep.
No. And you see me my band work with my shoulders. I will work my body through as many dynamic positions under some band resistance as I can because I am feeling what's working, what's not, what's sticking, you know, and kind of, okay, do I need to do a little more here today, or is that not going to happen today? Oh, you know, that lat's hurting, whatever,
Yep.
you know.
That's funny. Plugging in the car reader device to get your diagnostic codes for the day.
Essentially.
100%. You know, I have my own process of getting warm. So our group classes are an hour. They do include a warm-up. Coaches are at liberty to make up the warm-up to warm up their class. I spend more times on warm-ups. Like you'll hardly ever see me do something. If we have time left in class, you hardly ever see me have time left in class in the mornings. I'm going to make the warm-up longer anytime I have the opportunity to make the warm-up longer so that we can get warm because you just came out of bed. Afternoons, you've been moving potentially all day unless you're shift work and you just woke up out of bed. So your body is going to be more awake generally. So afternoons can get a little more flexibility in the warm-up. But I've said this before. I know I've yelled at it on Instagram and this and that, but people devalue being intentional in our warm-ups that we do in class. And I get it. It's social hour. Like you're seeing your friends, you're catching up on the day. You just got off work or I get it. And that's a big deal to me. Like it is a very communal thing. But if you want to get value out of the workout, being very intentional in the warm-up is going to help get so much more value out of the workout and prevent injury. So combining the social, communal, this and that, but being very intentional in the warm-up is, I call it quality volume.
Yep.
Like these are quality reps that are going to make the workout so much better of a stimulus to drive results than if we lackadaisically go through it. Then we get to the workout and we're not able to put forth our best effort for what we're trying that day to get the stimulus to move our body in a positive direction. You know, the number of times I see people literally do like 3 things in the warm up and then just like they're ready. I'm like, no, you're not.
Yeah.
And then I have folks, and you know who they are in my 6 a.m. class, that do get here early. They do things. They warm up. I know they're warm. I've watched them run, bike, do some extra strength work. But then all their friends get here.
Yeah.
And now they're chatting them up.
Social
and
hour.
those people aren't getting warmed up.
Yeah.
Like, I know you're warm, but I need them to warm up.
Yep.
That's so true.
And it's just balance. I mean, from a coaching perspective, it's just balancing that social environment, which I want. I do. And I'll tell some people today, like, we got 20 minutes to get warmed. We can make this social, but we're getting this work done. And I'm just watching members who do very intentional and great warm-ups, their performance in class is dramatically different than the people who don't. So that's, yes, my lesson and my spiel here is just be very intentional with the warm-ups, and they're valuable. I think people just discredit them. Like you want to get to the lifting and the this and the that. So,
well, I think that translates the mental effort you put into the warm-up, connecting to how your body's moving, translates to the workout. You will be, if you're at 50% connected during the warm-up, you may only be 50% connected during the workout.
100%.
And the results will show, right? And maybe you can get away with it and maybe you can't. That's an individual-based thing. Yeah. Right? But that's how I look at it.
You don't want to surprise yourself and go in?
Surprising yourself during the workout very seldom works out well if you haven't done well in the warm-up.
I did way better than I thought I was going to do.
There are some things, if it's like higher skilled gymnastics, someone's going to be very dynamic on my shoulder or my hips, I'm going to be very cautious, but intentional going into the warm-up and the workout. Like, it's not anymore. I did do this stupid shit the other day, 6 a.m., because they called me out, but I'm not going to try like a bar muscle up demo in class unless I had warmed up. And there have been times I've come in early and like warmed up my shoulders and stuff because I know I'm going to do a demo that day. But things like that, I'm definitely going to warm up. Protection, like my shoulders, my hips, these are things that are very dynamic, a lot of demand. And then things that are like monostructural. So if it's a long bike, I didn't warm up for lean yesterday. Push-ups and biking, like that was the warm-up.
Yeah.
And it's just very workout dependent on what the demands on the body and particularly the joints are going to be.
Yeah.
And But if you're asking me to deadlift 85% of my max, we're going to spend a little time warming up before class. And for me personally, I like to get 10 minutes of blood flow going. So whether it's bike erg, rowing, 10 minutes of blood flow, then like what Shawn does, to a degree of just like going through the motions with bands or dumbbells or something with joints. And then also taking the reading when you roll out of bed. Like there are days I sit up, like, oh shit, it's not looking good for today. And there are days you roll out of bed, and that is going to go into training. And there have been times where you wake up feeling like shit and you get warmed up and it's like, okay, we had a decent training session. And there have been times you wake up, you think it's going to be a great day and you get warmed up and it's not going to be a great day.
And that's another point to looking at the week ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I always have cataloged in my mind what day I'm willing to give up if I really need a day of nothing. Like if there's some reason, with Piper, we haven't slept, with work, whatever. And I just know that because, with the whoop, you have a statistical representation of recovery, but you also have your mental and everything. Yep. And I have learned over watching that over time that represents like a cell phone battery where you may feel, say you got 25% recovery from a number. You may feel great warming up and working out, but then you all of a sudden only have 5% left for the rest of the day.
That's a great example.
Because it feels good at first, but it dies faster.
Yep.
Just like pull-ups or push-ups or anything else in a workout. You'll have 10, you'll have 5, and then you get down to the ones, and you're done.
Yep.
That battery does not come back.
Yep.
And so I've learned that's part of my process of assessing the week, is if there's a day I need to give up that is not going to be a high ROI for me, a return of investment on the workout, or if I wake up that morning and know that I'm not going to go in and be able to do it to my satisfaction, even at a minimal, then that's a day off.
Yep. And, I mean, avoiding junk training can be great for the mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right? On one aspect, you come in and the training session ended up becoming junk training. I mean, I don't know about you, but I can be like, I beat myself up about it. Like, do I need to do another workout or do I need to do a rest day? I mean, I've come to the point in life, like I can tell, like, you need a rest day, dude. It's time for a day off. But using, devices like this, it can help draw a picture. I also know some people get super data, like, it's red, I can't do anything. Not really the truth. You have to take it in. It's a tool. It shouldn't be the buy-all, be-all decision maker. But to your point, I used looking at my weekly average. Was last week, if I was yellow every single day last week, and I can't pull off a green over the weekend, I'm thinking through that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, am I pushing too much? Am I undercaloried? So from, what do you do, weigh-ins? My birthday, I was pissed off at my body composition. I was still at 14%, and I'm going through this. Like, I've been eating perfect since Claire's ordeal. Like, I've never eaten this clean, this perfect for that long ever in my life. I'd always do, I've put myself in the 80-20 bucket. Mm-hmm. We ate pretty darn healthy most of the time, but there was still the yogurt beaches and the going out, having a couple beers, and, you get the burger, fries, and that bread pudding looks good. That still happened, a couple times a month. And but then Claire's stuff happened. Diet, lockdown. Whole family, this is what we're doing. We're living perfect. So October was about a year, and my body fat came down from like 17 to 14. I'm like, what the fuck? Getting frustrated. And it came down to a calorie equation. I'm eating very clean, but nuts is a big part of, like, Cassie makes breads with nuts, because we avoid certain carbohydrates because it can be inflammatory with Crohn's disease. Mm-hmm. And, well, they're making me fat.
It's good fats, right?
Yeah,
it's good, but it's so many calories, and I'm not just like a little bit of cashews. I'm like, oh, here's a handful. Mm-hmm. Here's a handful. And I get in this, because I do train a lot, but you still can't out-train over calories.
No.
And getting really frustrated with that, ended up finding myself, okay, we got to pull the lever back on the fats, had to weigh and measure again, get calibrated to like this, and started deep diving into carbohydrates. I've always, for a long time, I've been on the lower carbohydrate mindset. You know, paleo diet is very coexistent with CrossFit, and it's a low carb kind of mindset. Done the keto with Crohn's disease, looking at keto carnivore. You have two very polarizing deals when it comes. Vegetarianism's the best for Crohn's. Carnivore is best for Crohn's. And it's like, oh God, you start going down this and the opinions and the influencers and this and that. It's exhausting, but we definitely lean more towards a paleo kind of Crohn's deal. It's called the SCD diet, specific carbohydrate diet. There's just very specific carbohydrates that we keep in our diet. But I'm talking to Cassie and this and that, and like, I need more. Like, I'm not functioning well for what I'm doing, and body fat's not going down. So that's when I started like playing with carbohydrates and increased carbohydrates, pulled fat way down, got back to a caloric deficit, and things just started melting away. Yeah. And training improved, sleep improved, my recovery improved, everything improved. And as you know, I was wearing, you've done it too, but the glucose monitor. And I'm on this low carb deal, and my glucose is like creeping up month over month. What the? Oh, I was getting pissed. You know, I asked my wife, like, he is so mad because I want this perfect number.
Yeah.
I want to wake up at 80. I want my average to be 85 for a whole month. And it's like,
that'd be hard. We've both done that. That would be a hard number to maintain.
Right. So these are little areas of my own health journey that I'm getting competitive with. And it's driving me nuts because I'm restricting carbs. It's still going up. And you dig into the weeds a little bit and you find out, like, oh, when you train the way I train, I'm making myself insulin resistant right now. Like, I'm putting such demands on my body, but my body doesn't have carbohydrates to fuel from. It's still trying to fuel from ketones, and then my muscles are calling for carbohydrates. It's not available. My liver is now trying to make more glucose to catch up for the demands, but then my muscle's not using that because it's not trained to use it. So I'm essentially making myself insulin resistant.
So I have a question about that. So I come from the mindset of like not very educated about a lot of this stuff. I've gotten more educated because I've been here and I've listened to the podcasts and I've read the books and all of that stuff. But as an average person that you're just going to the gym to get fit or enjoy your social time or whatever, how would you ever know that that's what's happening? Because I feel like we both struggle a lot with a diet that is going to work for me and is going to work for him, which is going to be totally different because he needs...
It's going to be different, but not totally different.
You don't think so?
I think different ratios, not different content, maybe.
Yeah, how do you know that? Like, how...
Trial and error. Like, it really is. You know, I do have to eat... I eat still clean, unprocessed food, but I do eat more carbs. I have to keep it at the gym because if the kids see it and they want to eat it, and then Claire, it does upset her stomach, and you know, I have to be very mindful of that. But like oatmeal, for instance, I keep here at the gym because I don't keep it at home because it's not good for Claire. So it is a lot of trial and error and getting in tune with your body. There are fundamental rules of protein, fats, and carbohydrates and total calories that we start at. So we figure out what those macros are. I like doing an in-body scan. Then I take your basic energy expenditure guesstimate, and we come up with a target calorie to start. And then we're doing in-body every 2 weeks. Where's our averages? Where's our trend lines looking? If over the course of 8 weeks, 12 weeks, we see trends in the right directions, we're going to stick with that calorie equation. And then the subjective, are we recovering? Do we feel stronger? Are we getting stronger? How's our sleep? If you get in a calorie deficit, a big one, for too long, everything starts getting fucked. I think that's where I was going with my story there, is I was in a calorie deficit for too long and I was starting to feel that. And my resting heart rate started climbing. I was not feeling good, and I was being in a calorie deficit for too long. You can use it to cut, but you got to find an equilibrium and come back. But So you have your starting point. We go to 12 weeks. I like 12 weeks. And we're going to track every 2 weeks. And what kind of trends are we getting? Because you drink a glass of water at a different time, you're going to get a 0.5% deviation. If you didn't hydrate properly, your muscle might look a little deflated. If we restricted carbohydrates, it might look like muscle going down, but it's just less stored muscle glycogen in your muscles, so they're not as dense. Mm-hmm. So you're not really losing muscle. It's just the density within the muscle because of dehydration. So anytime somebody has a muscle drop on here and they're like, they're like, well, have you cut carbs? Like in a dramatic way? Because that's going to, you'll see your weight go down. You might see fat change a little bit, but traditionally when somebody first cut carbohydrates, that initial weight loss is all water. Mm-hmm. And on something like this, bioimpedance, you're going to see it loss as muscle. A DEXA scan, it's not. It's taking pictures. This, you're going to see that loss of water as being muscle loss, not fat. So then your body fat percentage is going to go up because your weight went down, but your body fat stayed the same. So percentage-wise, it goes up. So on the in-body test, it has muscle mass in pounds. And up top, it has total body fat pounds. But on the charts that everybody looks at, the line graphs, it's muscle mass pounds, body fat percentage. Mm-hmm. So you got to remember when the body weight changes, the percentage might change.
Yeah, the total weight against, it's just math.
Yeah. But we want to see over the course of every 2 weeks on a consistent, regular weighing schedule at the same time with the same habits before, what's the trend line looking like? And we're looking at a splatter trend, not a direct, because the body doesn't function that way. It's not like it's going to go down, 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 this perfect linear straight line. It's going to, and then we draw, okay, these are our trends. And based on the trends, how we're feeling, how we're sleeping, performing, recovering, general well-being, if the trends are going in the direction we like, we stay the same. If they're not moving, we look at where can we pivot. If they're not moving and you have some subjective markers like I'm hungry all the time, I'm not sleeping good, and we have to start evaluating, okay, how much carbohydrate are we getting? When are we eating? Then you can start talking about nutrient timing and getting a little nerdy there. That does matter with digestion, getting close to bedtime, playing around with that. Some people can eat a massive meal right before bed and sleep just fine. I can't. Mm-hmm. My recovery on my Whoop, my resting heart rate will be 5-8 beats higher if I have a big meal after 4 or 5 p.m. and I don't give myself at least 2 hours before bed, it'll be dramatically higher. Mm-hmm. So playing around with feeding, timing, and these are just little nuances that we can start chipping away. So in its simplicity, yes, we can make it as complex sounding as we want, but it's really a journey and just chipping away and being willing to make 1 or 2 changes, play with it, and you can usually start feeling better in a couple weeks, seeing changes. That's why I like every 2 weeks. And then looking at a trend of every 2 weeks for a period of 8 to 12 weeks. And
so what would you recommend in terms of start? So for me, just to figure out what my calorie budget was and the percentages of my macros, I started, and I think I sent you the worksheet that Gabrielle Lyon put together. But if I'm just like coming off the street, I start the gym and I don't know anything about that stuff, where do I start with even identifying my calorie budget, identifying my macros?
This is a great question that I am the worst person at communicating this information. This is part of I'm building like this marketing newsletter that when you sign up for a membership, you get like information about the gym. 50% of people actually open it, but it would have this. One of the big things for people to know is I am your main resource. You don't hire when you hire the gym to be your coach, I'm the nutrition guy you get as part of your membership, if you will. I will sit down with any member. We don't even have to record it. But I will sit down with any member. We get an in-body scan, and we'll have an hour conversation. At the end of that, you're going to leave with a starting place.
Okay.
Okay. It's not something you pay extra for. It's not something, if you are a paying member of the gym, you can sit down with me and we can make an appointment. I do have to do it by appointment. And I'm going to get you that information. Like, you're going to leave there with a plan. I will be totally transparent. I use AI now. I do not hand type all these out anymore. And it's been a game changer for me, and it allows me to help more people.
Yeah, Shawn and I have messed with AI and developing like diets and stuff like that. It's amazing. I don't know why we didn't think about it before.
No, it's a very powerful tool. And as long as you know the macros and the inputs, it can give you a great plan, a great starting point. And what I'm going to do in our conversations, talk about the lifestyle so we know a full picture of what's going on. What's your sleep? What's your work? What's your training budget like? How much time do you have to train? Like, all these variables matter, and especially figuring out that starting point calorie equation. Because if you have a sedentary job and your basic movement of the day is house to the car, from the car to the gym, so we have a little walking there, gym, walk back to the car, drive to work. We sit at work for 8 to 10 hours. Walk back to the car, home, walk into the house. Like, adding up those steps, I mean, we're not a lot of steps. So I do like tools like this where I can see general movement. Like, if you have a very active job and you're logging 12, 15, 20,000 steps a day, is a lot different than most people who are having to ride a desk all day and they're getting 5,000 steps. So looking at that whole picture, and then we can put the inputs into AI and give us a macros is the easiest thing to figure out. Like, these coaches out there charging $1,000 to give you your macros in this little template. It's a complete fucking scam. And they're going to disappear because, one, AI, and two, it's a complete scam because it takes me 5 minutes and it's something I'm willing to do. I like having a conversation about all the stuff I just said, and we put the inputs, we get a plan, and then we work from that baseline and start building. Also with that, looking at things like maybe a little family history, what's going on, where you're at in life. Hormones matter. When women start getting age 35, 36, I mean, this is an equation that is a real reality that does play into things in a massive way. So these variables also matter. And then another thing, talking to the coach versus AI is, I'll say, like, somebody like myself who's been doing this for 20 years now, experience matters, and to help set expectations, because we do want it overnight.
Oh.
And I'm not going to sit here and pretend there isn't a drug out there that actually does do that now. But even with that, I think there needs to be a holistic approach with it. And I'm not the anti-Ozempic guy that I think people would think I am. I think it's a tool in the toolbox that can be used under the right circumstances and under all variables being looked at. But that's where we start.
Okay. I think that I'm so glad that you said that, because I'm sure, and that it comes with the membership, because I think people are afraid to ask because they're like, oh, it's going to cost more money, because usually it does. Everything.
Yeah, so I'll say the deviation from me to nutrition coaching, I'm not going to hold your fucking hand. If you come to my class, if you're a regular part of my interaction each day, I'm going to bring it up. Like, how you doing? You eating right? And you can ask people that I've put plans together for. They get really irritated with me. Because it comes down to this one thing. You're either going to do the work or you're not. And I found out when I used to do full nutrition coaching, I just got over it, because I give you the plan. I tell you what you need to do. I set the expectations of what to expect on this plan. And then, I was out with my friends and, we got a little crazy, had some beers and this and that. And the weekend, I'm like, well, what the fuck am I doing this for then? It's a waste of my time and energy. You don't really want it that bad. The amount of money I would charge to babysit that personality, you don't want to pay it. So my approach is, I'm going to give you the tools. And it doesn't take much out of me to give you the tools. We'll check in. You can reach out to me. Any member can reach out to me anytime. Shoot me an email. Might take me a day or two. And if I don't respond in a day or two, send it again. Okay? Send it again. But I will help you. I will lay out a plan. But you need to execute that plan. The other 23 hours of the day, it's going to cost you close to $200,000 a year probably to get me to babysit the other 23 hours of the day with you. And even that, I just probably don't want to. To be honest, I got my own family. I got my own life. Like, you have to be willing to wrap your head around the other 23 hours of the day and being willing to, like, okay, trust the process, be able to take the time, and let's chip away at this. Now, I will say there are members in the gym that have followed what I've said, the little tips and tricks and this and that, and the little conversations in class that we have, and I implemented this and I did that, and they've transformed. But they did the work. They did the work.
Mm-hmm.
So
what about the capabilities of other coaches? Because I'm also thinking if somebody was at 5:30, they might not run into you because might be gone by that time.
this is a downside.
So, I mean, I would say Chase is excellent first step here, but he'll be gone next year. Or if you go to South Gym. So, I know Chris probably can, but Chris and Jake and Faye and Jason.
It's pretty good. Know them all.
I do know them all.
Yeah. Yeah. So
And Shawn.
So my coaching staff is paid to coach classes, keep the gym clean, keep things running. When they start nutrition coaching, that is extra income for them. And their nutrition coaching does involve a lot more depth than what I do. So I know I don't see the people at night, but I've come back here and met with evening class people before. And then I'm not a huge fan of Zoom, but if we just can't get a time, I'll use FaceTime. Like, we can have this conversation. As long as you get the in-body scan and I know your body composition, I can figure out your starting point without even really talking to you, but I want to talk to you because I want to know the whole picture. And I've done handfuls of FaceTime appointments because we just couldn't get connected at a time with life, this and that. And so I'm numero uno when it comes to what's included in your membership and getting that fundamental package going. Chris can crank out a fundamental package. She'll meet with people and then decide there if you want to hire her to be your, nutrition coach. And all the coaches set their own prices for nutrition coaching, just like personal training. So, but she'll crank out a plan for you and get you started. Jess will crank out a plan for you, get you started. And then people decide if they want to hire them as like a micromanager of their life outside the gym or not, is what I call it. And that could be very valuable. Like Jess and Chris both, and probably because I'm a man, but they have so much empathy and they're really good at that. Whereas I'm like, figure it the fuck out.
Now, some of us need that though.
And that's what Jess says, like, good cop, bad cop, because me and her and Tammy, we share classes and it's like, oh, dad's coming, good cop, bad cop. And like Jess, soften the blow a little bit sometimes. And I'm trying to get better. And I would say one big thing, with Claire's stuff is just, and in life, growing up, getting older, being around more people. Your stress is what stresses me out might be different than what stresses you out. And what I find challenging might be different than what you find challenging. And I've come to realize that everybody's at their journey in time. I used to be kind of a dickhead about it, but what do you mean you can't hit your protein? And now if you've been working with me for a year, we've had the conversations building up like, okay, let's try this. Let's do this. I don't want to call it hand-holding, but really kind of nurturing that path. And then it's going to get to a point where I'm going to tell you either want it or you don't. And we're going to get there. But being more empathetic in the beginning of somebody who's just learning this, and it is amazing to me how it's sad. There are lots of people that really don't know the fundamentals of just unprocessed, processed food. Like, don't know what that meaning is. And the more new people I meet, the more how broken our nutrition health is in our society is. And it's opened my eyes a lot to be a lot nicer and more patient with folks in the beginning. But I will tell you that there's going to come a point in our journey that I'm not scared anymore to also deliver the tough love. In my early years as a coach, I would get very reserved and not say the things that person needed to hear. And I have come to a point, we're going to build this relationship. We're going to build this trust. And if we're not moving the needle and you're telling me you want to move the needle, I'm going to tell you what you need to hear to move the needle.
I think that's a lost art nowadays. And I think we're at a point in time where less people can handle that because they haven't had exposure to it enough as they've grown up, evolved, whatever.
Yeah,
it's not a societal standard anymore.
What would you say, too? Social media, text messaging, people don't have to communicate like this anymore. It's so easy to passive-aggressive a text or a DM on social media. But to have a conversation and tell somebody like, hey, I'm actually really fucking up here. And you actually are. It's very hard for people to communicate in person these days.
Oh.
And to your point, I think it is a lost art. I think, these devices and everything, people, dating apps, I'm so glad I don't have to be in the dating world. But
Oh, God.
like going out and trying to have a conversation with a person in real life, I can't imagine. But to your point, it is a lost art. And in coaching, I think your evolution as a coach comes when you can really curate that relationship and trust to be able to facilitate that conversation and have it move forward in a positive direction versus like, I ain't dealing with that prick ever again.
Right.
You have to build the trust. Like, I genuinely want to help you live the healthiest, best version of yourself. But you're not going to pick up on that in our first interaction as coach-client. So it's going to take time. That's why, like, during the first 6 months, like, just building a relationship, me or any other coach, it's building trust. And then we can start picking apart the things that need to be picked apart to evolve.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons I want to do this more is because I know I have walking dick face.
Me and Vi were talking about that.
Like, walking around the gym, I'm usually thinking about this, that, and other. And I'm being homeschooled. It took me a long time to have my pseudo extroverted personality, but I'm only that way in my environment. Like, you see me at people's like kids' birthday parties, and I don't know everybody. I'm like over in the corner, like.
Oh yeah, me too.
Hey,
Not Shawn.
So
He's a social butterfly.
No, I'm not.
in my environment, I can be, but also outside, I do struggle with that. I think if people understand that about me, I try not to have that persona, but I get it. I also get it exists. So.
Well, I just wanted, especially if new members are listening to this, or even members that have been here a while and didn't know these things existed, to take advantage of it. I feel like I'm lucky because I have Shawn who's constantly talking to you and always know what's going on. And then Vi too. She's always like, she's being working with Chase like right now and stuff like that for the year. And so she'll tell me what that involves and entails. That sometimes it just takes that first step to ask the question and forming that deeper relationship with your health and your and the gym, which I think is totally a selling point of this gym and the price. I've had friends that have complained about the price of the gym. And even when I first started, I was like, oh, it's so much more expensive than Orange Theory. But then you get in, you're like, okay, well, and I think you said this as well, is like, do you want to pay for prevention up front, or do you want to pay for the results of a bad lifestyle later, which is going to be way more expensive? And just kind of making it a priority within your budget. And it's a no-brainer at that point.
Well, anybody that has solicited or paid for a fitness venture, right, whether it's a gym membership or private coaching or nutrition help or whatever, if you were to go out and package those three individually, I would be hard-pressed for you to find something with the same value as just having it a one-stop shop here that you have at your price point. And,
and the coaches
usually,
all know your name.
Yeah.
Like, even coaches that aren't here know my name.
Yeah, if you've been here long enough, they're all going to know you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've brought through my life, I've tried to bring my brother in, and he has his own restrictions within himself and work and time and everything else that don't let it work. And, I tell him, the door's always open. You can always come back, whatever. but I've probably, I hate the word converted, but I have brought a multitude of people into CrossFit, not maybe here as much, but I know the benefits of what this system can do for somebody's life. And being as I work in Carson, I have friends in Carson, so they may end up at Carson or whatever, and they're a quality product. I love those guys, right? But I usually sell it on the fact that, like, when they start talking about price, I'm like, okay, well, how much do you pay for this? How much do you pay for this? How much do you pay for this? You know, all that, right? And then I say, give it a try. Just go in with an honest, open interest. If you go in with a door closed, they're not going to open it for you. You have to open that door and be honest with yourself. Get rid of the ego, you know, all of those things. And you'd be surprised at how much you get out of it. Like when I explained, because I primarily started the evenings at South. And working all day and working out every evening has its benefits, and you get a lot of the same result out of it. But it is inherently very different to me than working out in the morning and then going to work. Not just for getting the workout and all those inherent results from the workout itself, but you start every day with a win because you got up, you made it here, and you did something positive. So, and you've probably done one of the hardest things you're going to do all day before the day even started.
100%.
And, you know, I know if you were to walk down the road right now and you did grabbed 100 people and maybe 5 of us are in that group, that automatically puts us in like a 1 to 5% of society walking around, right? And it just helps mentally and everything else. But I try to tell them, like, you don't get that if you do it on your own. You don't get that if you go to the gym 2 or 3 days a week sporadically and go and jump on a couple of machines or get on a treadmill for 5 minutes. Like, there's just a completely different base to how that works. And they're so frightened, like you said, of like injury and the negatives that they've seen in the public media with CrossFit and everything else, that it's once you get them past that, the light bulb goes off. And that's kind of what happened with her. You know, like after that first week, like you couldn't get her out of here. You know, the biggest thing about morning class, I don't know if high school's like this now, but I equated it to when I went to high school, you had your 5-6 classes a day, periods, whatever you want to call them. And every morning, though, there was that one class in between like first and second period called homeroom. And you got to see that same group of people every day. You got to ground with them, communicate, get all your stuff for the day, and then go on with the day. And coming to a morning class is very much like your homeroom for every day. It's your check-in with yourself, with your friends, with everything.
Plus, you have way more energy. That's going from mornings to nights. It's a struggle because, well, number one, my workout is probably the first one to go of the day if something comes up because it's at night, right? And the other thing is, so Shawn and I used to work out together. That was one of our unifying relationship things that we work out together, and I miss that so much.
Sometimes,
partner workouts.
Well, he could do things that I can't do, so I was always the one bringing down the partner workouts. But we would work out together, and I didn't realize like how valuable that time was. That was a very like special time for us as a couple. And now we have a kid, which a lot of people have kids. Recognize you have to divide and conquer. And so now it just makes more sense for Shawn to do the morning workout and for me to do the evening workout. It took me a minute to get used to that. Even though you have a little bit more energy because you've been eating all day, but at the same time, you don't have more energy.
Brain drain from work. You know, it's just, and a big thing with workout mornings versus evenings is people have natural genetic circadian rhythms. Me and my brother come from the same gene pool, but we have opposite circadian rhythms. He is a night owl. I'm an early morning person. Me working out at night, it's not going to happen. Not with any value. Like, I've never enjoyed it. It's never been something, like, I thrive in that couple hours after being awake, little food in me. Thrive. Working out at 5 a.m., I can do it, but I'm not really happy.
I don't have a choice now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would bet my feeding strategy would be a little different if I had to train at 5 a.m. But getting in tune with your circadian rhythm and building your workout life the best that you can around that at a certain point is optimal. But as we all know, when we have kids, things change.
Yeah,
And
the fact
like
we can just
last
get through
night-
these doors.
Yeah, last night Cassie had to do a workout. She did it in the afternoon. And they just half days at school and juggling this and this and this.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, I don't know if you have the statistic of how many of the members are parents or, have the time budget constraints of being both parents in this gym or so on.
I'm not sure on how many are parents, but our average age in the gym is 43 the last time I did the math.
Sure.
Well, I just saw Megan out there
Yeah.
before we started this podcast.
Which sometimes she comes at 5, sometimes she comes later, right?
Yeah, her and Brett have the same struggles that we do.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the people, so like the last 11 years of us being open, we've all aged together. A lot of us have brought new life into this world together, all during this same time. So a lot of us are on this same kind of pivot points and juggling together. I mean, Megan and Brett, our kids are relatively the same age, and it's been fun, but also really cool to see families evolve and then prioritize their health and spouses working together. And that's another thing I think is very important. When it comes to me and nutrition coaching particularly, I like, even if the other spouse isn't a member of the gym, if you're married, you have a family, I like talking to both, because I've seen it so many times. And not to judge husbands, I went a little sideways on one of the previous podcasts about this topic, but husbands sabotage their wives.
Yeah, I can see
men
that
typically
easily.
get away with it a little easier. They can eat more and have the beers, and women start getting to middle age and hormones are changing more dramatically. Lots of things are going on. And it's like, I'm not going to fucking eat that way. And I've seen it so many times where it's like, you piece of shit, like, support your spouse, get on a family eating plan. Now, it doesn't need to be identical, but there should be a identical mindset that we're going to eat for our health, and that we're going to, fill our buckets properly for that. And seeing people who were here have kids while they're here and evolve together in that process of figuring out those priorities has been so rewarding for me to witness and be a part of. It inspires me and my family.
Right.
I love that atmosphere. You have, like, when you come and work out, you have a bunch of babysitters, like,
Yeah.
I'll come in for the 4:30 and Shawn will pick up Piper later. Or sometimes I have to just put her in the little kid room, and they do have a kid room with toys and a TV and stuff like that, which is awesome. But, some of the 3:30 people will be over there, they'll tell me, hey, Piper got out of the room if you want to know, or they'll go regular. Yeah, and so you have all these babysitters that are also watching your kid grow up, which is really cool. Or when you have, like, family events, it's a true family event. It's everybody, and the kids, and it's very kid-friendly and things like that. And I think that is so fantastic. Even the new girl that I was telling you about that had recently had a baby, I was like, there's a pack and play in the room there, and you could bring it out and you can work out, and your kid doesn't have to stay in the stroller if you don't want to. And she's like, oh, really? And I was like, yeah, women do it all the time. It's just really nice that, there are rules when they get a little bit more active, they need to stay away from the weights and things like that.
I don't want a barbell landing on a kid.
Yeah, but it is super kid friendly, and supportive of unification of family while you're trying to get healthy.
It's very important. I know that I own a gym, and it's challenging for a whole family to figure out, workout schedule and logistics. And I have looked at having childcare here. That's a variable that is so much more expensive and so much more tedious, backgrounds and all the things. It's very difficult to do, but like you said, we do have I call it a kids containment center.
At both gyms.
Yeah, both gyms.
It's the fishbowl.
It's the fishbowl.
Yeah.
Yep. It is cleaned every Wednesday and either Saturday night or Sunday, whenever the cleaner comes. Heavily cleaned. I did have to take some marbles out of there the other day. I'm like, oh, this shit can't be left behind.
Oh yeah, we've had to take out little Legos. And
Yeah,
stuff sometimes.
I mean, members are nice, and I think it also becomes a drop-off point for past toys that they didn't want in books and stuff. But unfortunately, with digital devices these days, most kids just zone out on their device. But I mean, Megan's brought her kids in the stroller, worked out with them. You know, on running wads, they're out there running together, and that is the environment I want. I mean, Jess has no problem holding your baby.
Oh no, she held Piper for a full work, and Piper was a big baby.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is the people, that's the community, that is the environment that I very much want, and I'm glad that it takes place. Granted, summer vacation's coming here. There's got to be a little bit of control. That starts with my own damn kids. But that is the environment I want. I do have people asking me, when are you going to start a kids program?
We've had that conversation.
Yeah, it is something that's heavy on my heart. And I'm oftentimes in the gym, I've taken on something with energy and excitement and being a terrible idea and expense. And you offer a service and then you end up having to take it away because you didn't fully think through it. And that causes its own problems when you have to take away the service you added. And when it comes to a kids program, you have to be very specific about the coach. Coach has to have certain qualifications, background checks, and these various things. I'm actually the only certified kids CrossFit coach at Double Edge currently.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yep, I did that quite a few years ago.
Maybe we should talk about all your certifications after we're done with this.
There's a couple. I'm allowed to make up my own names. I'm so certified I can make up my own names for warm-up shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he does.
Yeah, random ass shit. But you have to have, for us, for insurance purposes, various things when it comes to having a kids program. And I'm all for this, right? I'm going to do the background check. I don't need some pervert.
Yeah.
And then you have to have the right person with the right personality to coach kids. There's a lot to it, and I don't take it lightly. And watching various kids programs around town, some people have it nailed, and they have their little deal going on, and like it's pretty good. For me to start mixing it in with our adult class, it could turn into chaos because it has to be at 3:30 or 4:30 or 5:30. Then it may be on the turf or in the back of the gym. South gym, there's really not the space. And I had to think back to my core target audience, honestly, is folks like yourself, grown-ups, giving them the best hour of their day. Because everything else in your day now goes to your kid and work. So like giving you that freedom to have the best hour of your day is still the core of my business model. But then you obviously know Jackson's becoming a workoutaholic. And I'm just like, I'm very conflicted right now. Me and Tammy have talked about it, throwing some ideas around of things that we can do in a very small scale. I wouldn't do it with the mindset of making it a revenue center of the business.
Yeah.
It'd be very small scale. It'd be only you'd have to be a member here of the gym to even be considered to be a part of a kids program. I don't want that to sound exclusive, but I would only do it at such a small scale. That would be one of the limitations, if you will.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you have a lot of irons in the fire right now anyways. Yeah. You just, you have, so one of the things about this gym is that it's very, especially it's starting to grow, but holistic in the health journey. It's not just exercise. It's not just nutrition, but you also have Chris McBroom here.
I love that guy.
Oh my God. He
8 years
has helped
now.
me so many times.
I think it's been 8 years.
And he's a chiropractor, but he's more than a chiropractor. He spends like 45 minutes with you, and he understands working out and what you do from day to day. And he's not going to be one of the chiropractors that tell you shouldn't do that anymore, which I've been to chiropractors that have told me that. And, he warmed you up. I mean, he's almost like a PT chiropractor mix, in my opinion.
He works in the whole body.
Yeah.
It's not just a pop, out.
Yeah. Exactly. And he gives you stretches and stuff to help with some of your reoccurring things that you might have going on, stuff like that. So you have him, and then you have your wife, which both Shawn and I go to, which has been like an added element to our health journey and this longevity goal, right? So now we're doing labs and watching certain health markers, and she's been, I love it because she's a woman and she's had babies.
Yep.
And you guys also have gone through the not the same trauma, but a similar trauma, that we have been through. And so we just have like a lot in common. And going to her is basically, it's not a regular doctor experience. You sit down with her for like an hour and talk about everything. And she catches things that you, like no other doctor will catch sometimes. And she, you could text with her about things and, so that's another unique quality of this gym that I think is awesome. And then of course you have the recovery room here, which do you ever have plans having recovery room at South?
Since now I coach between both gyms, I'm like, if I was down here full time, what would I do?
Explain what the recovery room is.
Yeah, so the recovery room at Midtown is failed yoga project.
Yeah.
I had this space that I just couldn't figure out logistically what to do in the beginning. So when you have a space, it ends up just being filled with crap. So that's what it was. Crap room. So I went to, I'm not trying to make a story out of this, but I went to New York City. I went to a CrossFit gym that had a great yoga room. It's like, oh, this is what we can do with the space. Come back here, all excited. I'm adding this new variable to the gym, yoga. I don't know shit about yoga. And then they got to hire yoga instructors. And then when yoga instructors no show or call in, I don't know how to coach yoga. I can't jump into this yoga class and coach it.
Nope.
So we tried to add yoga. And then I decided, you know what? The yoga studio cross gym does a great job. They have a great reputation. I'm not even going to try. And we're just going to get rid of this. So then it turned back into a shit collection room. And then it was Brandon Carlson. He's like, bro, you need to do a sauna. You need to do this. He kept telling me. And then, I don't know, just a light bulb one day. It's like, this space is actually perfect. Fuck it. So we have a sauna. Now we have 2 cold plunges. One at the ladies' temperature, and that's research-driven temperature, 55 degrees.
I was wondering about that. Somebody told me, or probably Shawn told me you added one.
Yep. And we have one for the lunatics that want to...
The lunatics?
Yeah. The goal of the cold plunge is to drop your core body temperature to create a shiver and activate your brown fat mitochondria and this and that, or drive down inflammation, which has its own various things around training that I can get into a different time. But women and men, women shouldn't do as cold. It's a much bigger shock to your endocrine system than it is for men. So having 2 different temperatures, cold plunges now.
Doesn't it bring up your cortisol or something like that?
Yeah, it's going to no matter what because it's a stressor. It's a stressor on your body, but the recovery from that induces better cortisol potentially throughout the day. I have to front load that with potentially, right? It's like dipshits on social media say cold plunging is the absolute best thing you can do for fat loss. Get the fuck out of here. And a very popular person said that on social media and still going hard on it. Like, no, it's not. It's not. It is good for other things, but it's not that. I personally don't like doing cold before bed because when you spike cortisol, you can be more awake, more alert. It very much wakes me up. So I love it in the morning if I can do it before workout. I do not do it after training anymore because I want that inflammatory stimulus.
The hypertrophy and...
Yeah, I'm always trying to get muscles, but been trying to for like 20 years. Slow process. But unless it's a really jacked up workout like Murph or something like that, I'm not sure. I'll jump in cold and that'll kind of blunt some of the inflammatory response and you won't be as sore and so forth. So rest days, if I had to choose one in the recovery room, it would be sauna for long-term health. There's just so much research there. Sports recovery post-workout. Post-workout, it continues the workout on, so you're getting a little more heart rate work. The stuff around long-term cognitive function, it's pretty strong there. It's very...
What is the hat thing? I see Wes with his Viking hat sometimes. Like, what is that?
It's like CrossFit, you just gotta have the style, gotta have the vibe. No, but all reality is keep your brain cooler and protect your hair.
Oh.
So if your brain's not getting as hot, you can tolerate a higher temperature, which will stimulate a higher heart rate. So, for instance, my sauna at home, I can get up to 230, which is dumb. You're literally slow cooking yourself at that point. I've done it once. I'll never do it again. Like you turn yourself into a smoker at that point. I'm like I'm smoking a tri-tip. I'm doing that to my body.
Yep.
But tolerating 200 degrees, you can do it much easier with a hat on. Because if your brain's not getting as hot, it's not registering the panic, freak out, fight or flight. So you can tolerate higher temperatures.
Because this is the sensor.
Yeah, and you can protect your brain.
Yeah.
You can,
Okay.
It's like the same idea of wearing a hat in the wintertime. If you can keep your head warmer, the rest of your body is going to follow inverse of that. So if we can keep it cooler. So you protect your brain and your hair. Like your hair can get pretty beat up if you're in really hot.
That's what happened to Shawn.
Yeah, no, I don't have that problem.
That's why you're bald.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really use a hat anymore because I stick to, like here, we usually have it set at 190. That's fine for me. I'm not trying to do the whole how extreme hot can I get it and tolerate it. I'm not trying to build my resilience, if you will, using sauna and cold anymore. I do it in training and RTO kind of stuff. That's where I do my resilience training, if you will, now. I know there is a culture out there that, like Wim Hof and stuff, like building tolerance to the cold and building that mental resilience and doing hard things. That is a tool. Can be used that. It's just not for me. I like to use them as recovery tools and health tools. So as long as your sauna is above 180 degrees and you do 15 to 20 minutes, 3 to 4 times a week, it seems that that is where all the positive health effects come from. So if I had to do one, it'd be the sauna. We do have it at Midtown. I am trying to figure out at South what, when, how to do it. The plan that I want to do is just very expensive because this place turned out to be cool.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quiet. It's a little hangout area. It's private. And we've kept it in a way where it's like you don't need to book an appointment to go use it. It's pretty come and go as you please. It is an added membership benefit you pay for because one, costs money. Two, I'm cleaning that damn thing.
Yeah.
And you're paying me to clean that thing because I keep it pretty damn clean. So.
Don't you have something for the legs in there too?
Yeah, we got Normatec boots, compression legs, hips, and arms. If you use the arms, make sure somebody else is in the room with you so you don't kill yourself.
I can just imagine.
No,
Can't get out.
if you hook the chest strap and you do that wrong, when that thing starts straining, it starts pushing against your neck.
Oh my goodness.
And you can't get back.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got to call in Hulk mode and rip it off.
So what does that do?
Compression, so the way their thing's designed is it starts furthest away from your heart and it starts working towards your heart, compressing. And it's like a massage, essentially. So it's compress, relax, and it works its way up and down your legs, circulating blood, built up inflammation, whatever, up and down. I will say it works really good, but it's time consuming. So like when it comes to your training recovery budget, like for me to train, recovery room, and eat, I have a 2-hour window each day, even owning a gym. Mine's a sauna. Because you get in the recovery boots, it's 30, 40 minutes of letting that thing work up and down. Now, if I'm really jacked up because I was irresponsible in my training, we'll make time for... Basically, if I'm in the recovery boots, it's because I decided that day I'm giving up the workout. I'm not going to work out. This is a full recovery day. And I'm going to use this time for that.
Yeah, that's next on my list because what I think I was kind of driving to before is I feel like I can be the example of somebody that has very minimal allotment for this place right now.
Yeah.
And like my only real logical choice in our schedules is to do 5 a.m. If 5 a.m. wasn't available, I would either have to work later or whatever because I work in Carson. So like it is a bang, bang, bang day on a work day. And so like the recovery room is taking a big hit, something that I enjoyed and I want to get back into and trying to drill down to which one has the most benefit for me. I would agree with the sauna overall.
Yeah.
Because of the research and the understanding of like what the negative or the downfall of you go out there and you're you're doing stuff to your muscles to make them build, and then you blunt that the minute you go into the cold plunge.
Yep.
You know, and there's members that do it and they do fine, and that's an individual choice and journey. You know, and then other people aren't trying to bulk up. They're just doing the workout, enjoying the workout, and they want the recovery, and it's all part of their routine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I was doing cold plunging consistently, I did it right when I got here before I coached. And let me tell you, it wakes me up ready to go, alert, and I still enjoy that. But lately, one of my big things is just getting my sleep dialed. So I'm not trying to get here as early in the morning to do that. So my cold plunging is on off days or low training days. So usually twice a week now.
Yeah, and that plays into that whole looking at the week, because right now I think I would consider it, I am gathering data in a sense of, okay, going forward, if I make this choice, how am I going to do that? You know, what days of the week are workouts? What days of the week are recovery? What day of the week is recovery, you know? Because, again, I have literally an hour to maybe an hour and a half a day that I could be in these doors.
Yeah.
And that may even be split where it's an hour and 30 minutes separately somewhere else, like on the way home with Piper or whatever. And that wouldn't probably always happen. So it's maximizing the minimal amount available. And what's ironic is I've missed the recovery room now probably for months, other than a few randoms. And like I was making a comment to her, we were just at the cabin this last week, which we go to every year, and I have kayaks, and I get out on the lake and I kayak fish. And every year up till this year, I would get like lower back cramps sitting in that kayak, being in one position for 30, 40 an hour or whatever. This year was the first year I didn't. And I think just through the combination of whatever I'm doing, just working out and just being intentional and just whatever, I'm in a good place. Like my recovery's good. I could probably be allotted 3 ibuprofen a month and survive.
Okay.
Like I don't need them. Those used to be a pre-workout.
Yeah.
There was a
Pop 'em
time,
like candy.
you know. I mean, there was a time. The only time I've ever quote unquote been hurt in this gym, and it was my own fault, was right after we came back from COVID, and everything opened up, and I was starting to dabble here because I had been a Southie. And so I wanted to do double days so I could work out with my old friends and then work out with my new friends.
I do remember you doing double days.
And I burned out my SIs. And this is when Leo was coaching 6 a.m. And Leo helped me scale and progress through the daily workouts and rebuild every one of my lifts to a better mechanical process than I had had before, or an understanding or an intention, the whole ball of wax. And I'm a better lifter now for it, especially in the squats and the less dynamic lifts. I still got to work on the dynamics more, but that's. I feel like I am battling that age curve, and being able to move at a certain speed in like a lift versus my strength says I should be able to. Now it's getting the firing mechanisms to let me do it at the speed to match the strength. Like, But,
well, and getting older, power is the first thing that goes. So speed, explosive power is the first thing that goes. So a part of what I still truly love when I think of the whole longevity, long-term health, bringing my wife in here, that was been a 3-year vision of mine. It finally happened.
Little did she know.
I mean, we talked about it, right? It was a big risk. I mean, we were literally dumping all of our eggs into one basket, one concept. During COVID, it was nice that she had a very stable medical job.
Right.
While I'm going through absolute chaos. But it just came to a point, our home conversations and our belief systems and how we work together on her able to bring the medical and I'm able to bring the fitness journey together. And then we both read Peter Attia's book, Outlive. And it's like, well, both of us combined make, kind of this guy. And this guy is cool. And we can do this. And bringing all that together and working together and focusing on people's long-term health, but also a big part for me is understanding what is happening as we age? Where can we set the expectations? I've always wanted to clean and jerk 315 pounds. Like, right, 3 wheels, 6 wheels on the bar, hit that big clean and jerk. And I've had to have conversations with myself of, no, my explosive power isn't there that it was when I, cleaned 315 before. It's not there. And I'm not necessarily an explosive athlete to begin with, like my brother is. I'm more of an endurance. Like just growing up wrestling, you develop different energy systems, different muscle fibers. Like you're born with X amount of muscle fibers. That's genetic. What develops is pretty based on sports in adolescent years. So mine was wrestling. Is very much, the CrossFit time domain kind of training. That's why I kind of thrive in the Metcon kind of stuff. But what I'm coming back to is understanding that your explosive muscle, type 2 muscle fibers, first thing to go as we get older. To be able to put a realistic expectation on my training and purpose to my training, one, I'm not going to quit doing explosive movements knowing that goes first. But I need to put the intention behind how I'm training these explosive movements in their bucket now. I'm not going to, if I wanted to get to that 315 clean and jerk, I would have to give up some other capacity of my training and heavily focus on this goal. And I think for us aging athletes, understanding how the body functions, how we're aging together, where we're at in our health journey can help keep expectations in play, but also reiterate the importance of doing Olympic lifts still. We should do Olympic lifts until we're 90 years old, as long as we freaking can. But the expectation of what we're going to be able to do with those lifts in reference to what you're saying, because I can lift this much weight, I should be able to clean this much weight. Those ratios change each decade. And I've had to learn that in somewhat the hard way.
Yeah.
But now understanding the human body more in expectations as we age, you shouldn't shy away from training all the energy systems, but you should have expectations on what is achievable without specificity. Like you have to get very more specific as you get older with certain goals based on your genetics and, current adaptations. And like, for me, I'm not willing to give up my work capacity.
Yeah.
I find that extremely valuable to life outside of gym. I can always show up and do whatever. So I'm at a point in my own journey that I might not be trying to get pushing the limits on strength at a detriment to sacrificing something else, especially getting injured.
Yeah.
So I'm like kind of right there riding that line.
Mm-hmm.
So with you, making sure that you're doing it, but training appropriately, but also with you having realistic expectations of what's achievable with your time frame, with your time of training, because you're really, I don't get to see her train as much anymore, but I see you train all the time. Especially lately, you've been killing it.
I've felt the curves
and
shift.
You've been really isolating your recovery and training smart in class, and class meeting you where you're at for the day. And it's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah. No, and like talking about the age thing and understanding the load, and like it's not just the muscle load, it's the CNS. It's the, you just beat the computer up for an entire day trying to drive the car. After I just did the max with the coaches, whatever it was, this last one, right? And the volume of that class of just the reps, I was still tanked by like Tuesday, like speed-wise, like explosiveness-wise. I could still move, I could still lift, I could still do things, but I learned, and I kind of learned going into that class, like I knew going into that class, like half that class was warm-up for me. I was at 50, 60, 70% of like whatever you would consider a max through most of that. And my intent with that class that day was, so I played a lot of baseball growing up, and I even coached as I got older and wasn't playing as much, and that's kind of where that mentality came from, wanting to coach here, is like I love learning, knowing, and then being able to help others break down a mechanical movement and learn it and be able to maximize it.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to do with myself, because I know there's like 2 or 3 little things like in my clean that it's a sequence or a timing or, you know, a break in the mechanics that I'm got 5 or 10 more pounds that I can move. You know, it's not the explosiveness as much as putting it in the right order.
No.
And that day was all about practicing that. That was going back to the T. That was going back to the T that day. It wasn't going in there to come out with a PR. I knew that wasn't going to happen. And I knew that going in, so I wasn't disappointed coming out. And that's the way I treat a lot of the workouts now.
Yep. And it's going to allow you to recover and progress. So, love it.
I have a question for you, because we talked about warm up a little bit, but what about afterwards and stretching afterwards? Because you have all the
do as I say, not as I do.
all the equipment here to do so, but there isn't really time allotted in the workout for like a cool down or anything like that. What do you suggest people do after the workout? And then second to that, what is your value on mobility training?
Good. These are good questions. So we've done it. We've thrown a lot of shit at the walls over the years, trying various things. Coach guided cool downs, mobility WOD, ROM WOD. We've had our own structured mobility guidance up on the front TV. At the end of the day, people don't do it. Very few people like do an actual structured cool down. So over the years, just in my own training and so forth, I put, honestly, on a scale of 1 to 10, doing a very intentional cool down, I put it at about a 3 and very workout dependent. It might even be a 0 most days. So let me try to break this down. So if I get a great warm up, I do a great workout within my threshold of training to move the needle, but not tip the boat, you know, not full sending, full failure, break the body down kind of deal. Like, it's just a good workout. As long as I'm not going straight to a desk or straight to a bed, I personally have a lot of general movement left in the day. And that is going to facilitate cooling down. When it comes to flexibility, mobility, and this isn't for everybody starting this journey, but if you put in the work, perhaps like Shawn does a lot of mobility work and has grown in mobility over the years. But if you're training functional movements, moving the body through the full range of motion that the joint's meant to move in a healthy manner, you're getting your mobility work in your training. Like, I squatted full range of motion of that I need to squat to for health and that for my back. I can get into a good overhead position. I can hang from a pull-up bar with no pain. I can bend over with straight legs and tie my shoes. I can get up and off the ground without using my hands. And CrossFit in itself, you work through full range of motions. And if you get your body to where you need to be able to do that with healthy mechanics, right? You need to be able to squat without pelvic tilt. You need to be able to put your arm over your head without going into big lumbar flexion. You shouldn't be loading these positions until you can do that unloaded. And there's a fine tightrope we can walk as coaches, loading that position to improve it and avoiding injury, but walking on that tightrope of this might cause an injury. And that's, you build a relationship with your coach and they're taking you down that tightrope. We're walking a risk-reward deal here. That experience really does matter. So when it comes to mobility, if we have dysfunction, if we have pain, does our back hurt? And I'm a perfect example of this. I have 2 bad disc herniations and degenerative disc things going on in my low back from life, essentially. But the thing that tipped it over was I caught a snatch super low. It was a PR, lifetime PR, 225 pounds for those out there that know. That's a big deal. I'll probably never do it again in my life, at least squat snatching, maybe power, but not squat snatching. I had a massive pelvic tilt when I caught that, and I heard a big pop.
Oh.
And I finished the competition. And the next morning, Cassie had to help me to the car because I couldn't walk. Mm-hmm. So massive disc injury happened there. And I'm a gym owner. I coach CrossFit. I'm supposed to tell you how CrossFit's good for you and this and that. Well, my ego for years, I kept trying to train without trying to fix the problem. And there's some things I had to come to terms with. If I'm not going to fix my thoracic spine and put a ton of work into my shoulder mobility, squat snatching hurts. 75 pounds, 200 pounds. If I catch that weight because the way, and I blame it on wrestling, I was always in that wrestling, like my upper back's pretty strong, but it's not mobile. And catching an overhead bar, I internally rotate my shoulders when I catch. And I have to make a choice. Am I going to put in the work to really try to fix this? Or is squat snatching going to be a thing that I just don't do anymore? I decided for my shoulder and my back, squat snatching is not really going to be a thing I'm going to push at all anymore. So when it comes to mobility, what do we want? Why? If we have pain and dysfunction and it's causing quality of life issues, that was causing ego issues in the gym. I want to be able to squat snatch, say I can do all these things. But it wasn't hurting me in life. What was hurting me in life is me trying to do that and then going home and popping Advil, not able to play with the kids. There's a time I couldn't even pick Jackson up off the ground, like when he was a baby. Like I'm like going down like a 9-year-old man trying to get him. I'm like, I do all this shit. I can't even pick up my own kid. I had a little coming to Jesus moment, and I started diving into the hips. Now, people think core strength is your stomach. Like, do more sit-ups. You know, there's a lot of professionals out there in the chiropractic PT space that are still like, strengthen your core, do planks and help your back. Okay, yes, to a degree. But I was like, my core's stronger than all these fools. Like, I have a really strong stomach. And is my stomach strong enough in proportion to the lifts I'm trying to do? Okay, I think it is. It's pretty good. Is my back strong enough? Well, I love the reverse hyper. Still try to do it weekly, but my back's pretty strong. Where I found out, I tried a Cossack squat. And like, this ain't right. Holy hell. And my adductors were so tight. And okay, I found a hole in mobility that is causing me dysfunction in life. So I started doing a lot of strength training in my hips in these different domains. Cossack squats, 90-90 hip thrusts, really worked adductors. People want to stretch your adductors. I went the opposite direction. I started doing strength training specific stuff for my adductors, and strength training the Cossack squat, not just holding a stretch. I started forcing the limitations of that range under load. And within like 3 months, my back pain was gone.
And I think that's kind of where some of what we've been doing has translated to what I was talking about with my lower back and like having to sit in certain positions and then you get locked or cramped or feel it.
Yeah.
And I don't feel that hardly anymore.
And I'm trying to incorporate that. I mean, you come to my class, so you see me incorporating this stuff that I'm screwing around with, like the little hip thing today. It's like, so I think if you have some sort of pain, back pain, shoulder pain, something that's causing you to have some sort of dysfunction in life, we need to figure that out. And if it's getting worse in working out, we definitely need to figure that out. What's going on there? And then apply mobility strategies to make that better. Do I think folks need to spend 30, 40 minutes, an hour after a workout doing mobility? I don't, but if you're really stiff, you're going to benefit in all your lifting and all your positions. And when you can move better in your workouts and you can move more efficiently, you're going to get more out of the workout. It's going to be a better stimulus, which is going to progress you faster and better at training. Mm-hmm. So if mobility is causing us not to express a full squat, a full lunge, full overhead position, if mobility is limiting our ability to perform the movements properly, we're leaving stimulus on the table to change, well, our bodies, our health. So I look at it through the lens of, is there a dysfunction there? Is this dysfunction limiting us in such fashion? And then is it something that is valuable to you that you want to work on? I got women that could give 2 fucks if they ever snatch a barbell again in their life. They got stiff upper backs, I've had kids, like this catching and snatching is nothing. I know that as their coach. That's not a goal for them. We're not snatching ever again in this gym for them. They like some power cleans. We'll do some deadlifts. Hell, I'll have them lunge on a day we're doing something else. So deciding if that mobility limitation is something that's causing, what do you want to say? Like you feel like you're missing out.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you have pain, like some sort of chronic back pain, shoulder pain, something popping up in a workout consistently, like every time I do this hip hurts or this side of my back hurts, we need to figure out. And typically that is a movement mobility issue. Sometimes also a lack of muscle activation.
Mm-hmm.
So resources then.
Ooh, that's tough. I'm still trying to figure that one out myself. I make most of this shit up myself. I do follow a couple people on the social medias that are physical therapists that put out a lot of good content and moving in these different ways. I think Kelly Starrett's still one of the gold standards when it comes to doing this. All of us coaches are pretty damn good at movement diagnosis, if you will. I would say, all of us. Just like me, my brother. Chase has been doing this a long time. Jess, all of us have been doing it a long time. But for instance, you set up a time with me. You tell me what's hurting. We're going to do some movements, talk about what's hurting, and I'm going to have you go through the movements. And just watching you move, I can usually tell what's wrong. What muscle's weak, what muscle's too short, where we're compensating. And usually we're going to squat, we're going to lunge, we're going to do some sort of hip flexion. We're going to do putting arm overhead with no weight, arm overhead with weight. We're going to squat with and without weight because sometimes that changes. It's interesting. Somebody does an air squat and their chest falls forward. The second you put a light barbell on their back, chest perfectly upright, knees out, boom, right in position, because the bar caused the right muscles to activate, keep the chest from falling forward because you're resisting against it. So it's like somebody can have really shitty squat mechanics doing air squats. We just had Murph, so I saw it all throughout the gym. But you put that same person under a 300-pound barbell and they squat near perfect. So we don't want that. Your air squat and your barbell back squat should look damn near the same. But as far as resources in the gym, I'm always happy to help. Obviously, if you come to my class, you're going to get this and that. And I try to walk a fine line between nitpicking your movement, safety, health, and you getting a great workout. Mm-hmm. It can get too easy. Happens with newer coaches a lot, but really do this. It's like, I'm trying to move you an inch each day. I'm not trying to change your whole motor mechanics in one session. It can become overwhelming. Like, fuck, I can't do anything right. This guy never lets me do anything right.
Yeah.
So I try to balance that fine line and move people in a movement direction for both quality and efficiency. If it's a safety issue, I'm stopping you cold in your tracks. But then if it's not safety, it starts coming down to efficiency, then stimulus. And then if we have something, and when it comes down to safety, I'm also thinking, is this movement pattern going to cause some sort of long-term wear and tear, injury, and dysfunction? So if you're not moving pretty damn well, we're going to be working on it in class. And all the coaches are pretty good. But when it comes to the diagnosis, I guess, of some kind of dysfunction, I'm more than happy with any member. You just have to set up a time. I'm just not hanging around here all day. No. And Mick Broom's great. So he's a chiropractor. He's really, really good at helping people and looking at, joint dysfunctions, if you will.
And he's also certified to work on pregnant women, which is awesome.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right.
No, you found that out when you were pregnant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Chris is our certified, what's the proper word? Pregnant women coach.
Oh, Chris at South.
Yeah.
Oh, not McBroom. Yeah. So Coach Crystal Ann Lloyd at the South Gym. She did the not postpartum, but she has that training. Mm-hmm. She's done all the stuff to be able to do fitness things with pregnant women. I've trained a lot of pregnant women, but I wish I had her for Cassie when Cassie was pregnant. Like,
Yeah,
it is a wealth of knowledge, especially now that she's had 2 kids too. She has a relatable perspective.
Yeah, she's great. I connected with her when we were still at UC Davis.
Okay.
And kind of just working with her on kind of some nutrition stuff and movements I could do at that time. And I had never worked with her before, and she was fabulous.
Yeah. So that's resources there. A big thing, consistency in the gym. The more you're in the gym, the more you're with your coach in class, the more you're going to learn about yourself and being open with your coach. If something doesn't feel right, tell your coach. Like, if this doesn't feel good or it hurts, if it hurts, definitely tell your coach. But just communicate with your coach, because I'm not going to pretend also. There are some people that are uncoachable. There are people that don't want to be coached. They're just here to work out, get their sweat, get on with their day. And as coaches, you start learning that as you work in the room. Those who genuinely want to be coached and they make it very known to me, like, they're going to get more of my time in the class because I know they're interested in it. And some people, I'm a perfect example. I don't like being coached a lot in class. Like, when I take one of our classes, Chris, she'll come up and coach me. And
Good for Chris.
I think she does it on purpose. Like, hey, lock out better, do this better. And I get it. And she's right. But it's my kind of checkout time. I'm not trying to make it to the CrossFit Games anymore and be the most efficient person in the world. But I get both sides of that equation. Some people really want coach. Some people just want to work out. Like, bro, you've told me so many times that I need to extend my hips on, this clean, and I ain't going to fucking get it. And I don't care. I'm getting a great workout. Am I safe? Yes, you're safe. But we're leaving 5 pounds on the table here.
Yep.
So it's balancing that out. But the better the relationship you can build with your coach by just communicating with your coach, the better your experience here is going to be across the board.
That's so true.
Like, if you don't talk to your coach and you just come in and hide and out, like, you aren't getting the best value of what you pay for here. And I need to be more transparent about all the things I can help do and I'm available to do, afternoon stuff by appointment and whatnot. But yeah, there's a lot I do believe between my wife, Chris McBroom, all of mine and all of my coaches' experience. Like, what you get inside these doors now is unmatched. Mm-hmm.
And the air conditioning, which I learned was unique to your gym.
Did you learn that the hard way? By going somewhere else?
Yeah, I did. But I didn't. We went to like a competition or something, and it was super hot.
Carson.
In there. And I was like, "Why is it so hot here?" And I learned that Double Edge is one of the only gyms in town that has air conditioning.
In the
right?
area.
Well, yeah.
I didn't know that was unique.
There's another one that has it, but they don't turn it on. It's not cheap.
No.
Oh, why? Yeah,
So
I believe that.
There's some months it's like, oh my God. But that's who we are. I want a place where you're going to be comfortable, you're going to work out, you have a good time. We have AC, and we turn it on. Now, it is set at 72. Don't be asking me to go into the 60s on this thing.
Yeah.
Okay? But I find that to be important, especially during the summer months. I mean, we have heat too. I worked at a gym that there's very little heat. Like, the heat didn't warm up the space. Mm-hmm. And you come in, the barbells are cold. Like, cold to touch. And like, your hands are stiff in the morning. Like, that sucks too. So we have what's known as climate control. It is a 21st century deal, but I appreciate that you notice that we have it, because it is one of the other reasons we are more expensive. Like, we are a facility that is not just a box.
Yeah.
Well, when I went to that one in Sacramento, and it was still a great place and a great deal, right? Mm-hmm. But it was a little warehouse space. It had that little, hanging HVAC unit on the top that didn't even work sometimes. So, and this
Sacramento too.
But it's sometimes in the morning in the winter, they have much more moisture there.
Yeah.
So not only was it cold, but it was a damp cold. Yeah. And the bars had rust on them, like surface rust, right? They still worked, but like, it was like going back to the Stone Ages in a sense of like, okay, I feel like I'm doing not like real CrossFit, but like I'm back to the roots here. Like Rocky went back to the old sweat gym here, you know?
Yep. Yep. And I will say, when my brother and I, Arthur and Vicky, we sat down with this concept, we wanted to do something different, something that we could work at every day as a coach, wanted to be here, but also something that is like, it's nice to come to. Mm-hmm. That's why we try to keep it as clean as we do, as maintenance as we do. Showers, towel service.
Oh yeah, the showers are nice too.
So,
and the mirrors and all that.
Yeah, I get ready here every day. So
yeah, that's true.
I mean, I shower more here than I do at home.
Yeah, yeah.
But and then obviously you have to complement those things with great coaches and program that actually drives results. Mm-hmm. And we try. I mean, I'm not going to say we're perfect at it by any means and don't have lots of areas that we can continuously improve. I think if you shut that mindset off, you're going to lose no matter what. But I'm constantly evaluating the programming, the class structure, the flow. As we're getting older, do we need to pivot somewhere in programming? Mm-hmm. The more I'm identifying myself as long-term health guy versus elite athlete guy, what does that programming look like? What kind of metrics should we be looking for in our training?
I appreciate that because I think you were talking to Jake and you're talking about watching classes and a certain movement, like everybody's squats looks like shit or a good portion or something like that. And so you guys wanted to work in certain things in the programming to help us work on that. I think that's wonderful. Like that somebody is looking at all of us here at the gym and kind of being very intentional with the programming and not just, this is a box programming modality.
One size fits all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in a group class workout, I'm never going to appease everybody 100%, right? This is general physical preparedness, but that's been one of the biggest blessings of coaching both gyms. It's like seeing all the different people and different people moving. And what we were talking about then, one of the big things, like we were a very barbell dominant gym. We prioritize barbell strength, and we have a lot of people that squat really well and good weight. Like they can squat good weight. Can't do a 95-pound barbell lunge.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was.
Right. So it's like I got men in here squatting over 300 pounds, but absolutely fall apart with 95-pound barbell lunges. So I look at that, and then I'm looking at back health, and we're all getting together. And then what I'm doing with my back, I started incorporating a ton of unilateral stuff, Bulgarian split squats, lunges, a bunch of single leg things for my back. And I noticed how much better it improved. I only squat maybe twice a month now, if that. And one of them is a belt squat because I don't load my back anymore. I don't like hitting that bottom position under load anymore. So I'm very, very picky about that. And starting to do, I might have taken some of my lunging too far recently, but doing a lot more single leg stuff, I noticed how much it helped my back. All my other lifts got stronger. Mm-hmm. So many things improved. I'm like, and I'm watching the gym. I'm like, Brandon Carlson doesn't even show up. I'm calling you out, bro. Dude's got one of the strongest back squats.
Yes.
He's a freak athlete.
Yeah, he's
phenomenal
a
beast. But then lunges hit him. Then on the inverse of that, Alex, I'm calling you out too. I mean, these are positive call outs, but Alex struggles on some of his squatting. He lunged 300, or his goal is to lunge 350 pounds. He's a pitcher in college.
Yeah.
Got that ass. But like, these are also imbalances. Like, there should be certain ratios in my mind of like, if you can back squat 315, you should at least be able to maybe hit a set of 6 at 200 relative body weight-ish in there. And I've been trying to like figure out and look at what some of these single leg for back health, how much should our ratio of lunge to back squat to deadlift be relationship to body weight, and and where does those lines fall, and healthy backs and stability and so forth. Mm-hmm. Getting a little nerdy there. And the problem is there's a ton of different opinions on it. Mm-hmm. So I'm just like, okay, watching the gym, who has back pain? Who has unilateral weakness? Oh, those seem to go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I was an example of that Brandon Carlson, he has back pain. Like certain things cause him to have some significant back discomfort.
Or even foundational things like grip strength, you know. Vi and I were working with Chase on just being able to hang for extended periods of time.
It's going to become a standard.
Really?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
It helped. Yeah. It helped a lot. I mean, I'm not saying like I'm actually doing a chin up or anything yet, but you know, it really helped with my knee ups and stuff like that, just being able to hang longer.
Grip strength is the first break in the chain for a lot of things. So if you have a strong grip, the second that starts to break in any list, whether it be gymnastics, barbell, whatever, the chain's going to break. So everything downstream of that, which is everything. So the stronger your grip, the stronger everything will be. Even it's counterintuitive on a back squat, grabbing the barbell, wrenching onto it, getting a strong grip, driving the shoulders, like that whole tension and chain runs all downstream.
Oh, yeah. That was the biggest gain change I got in back squats was when I first started. I had to use a bar pad because I didn't have the structure on my back, like my traps and stuff, to hold the bar without it being on bone.
Yeah.
And then getting proper positioning and eventually building that shelf a little bit, but then learning the idea of locking that bar. Like basically when you're getting ready to squat, that bar in your back, because like when I took this level 1 class, like everybody says core is your abs. No, core is like from your knees to your shoulders, your trunk. And then the extremities are the stuff you move with. But if you lock that entire core in, you control that bar. It doesn't control you. And your lift you will gain 10% with that movement alone in your squat because you're controlling that weight better.
And the more rigid you get that system under the bar and the tighter you get everything wrenched down. So grip strength is a big deal. Not to mention it's a metric in long-term health, but people with stronger grips typically work out more. So by default, they have better metabolic health. But it's a good test. So being able to hold on to a pull-up bar, just dead hang, 2 minutes is going to become a standard. I'm using some of Peter Attia's standards, plus looking at some of my own stuff inside the gym that I've seen over the years to come up with long-term health fitness metrics by decade. Like at 30, what should we be able to do? 40, what should we be able to do? 50. By decade as goals to try to achieve that are, I'm not going to sit here and say they're doable. They're going to require work, but they are achievable for the everyday person doing group class. And that are shown by the smarter people out there. Like if you have a VO2 max at 40 over 50, you're at the top end. If you have a VO2 max over 35 at 50, you're at the top end. So there's these various things. I think
hopefully
those are
you'll
the
have
numbers.
A podcast on that.
On VO2 max?
On VO2 max, I don't understand that at all.
It's the amount of oxygen you can consume within any given minute. Can't remember the exact acronym for it all, but it's a measurement of total oxygen consumption, and then combine that with your lactate threshold. So the VO2 max test is awful. It's one of the most painful things you do. You're literally on a treadmill or a bicycle, preferably a treadmill, because they can ramp up the speed, and they keep ramping up speed and incline until you fail.
Oh gosh.
And they're talking about the VO2, the oxygen fail, right? Right.
Yeah, where everything dives off a cliff, like where you fail.
Because they're live graphing it, and there's a breakover curve, and they're telling you your body is in failure right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're just done. It's pushing your body till failure. And you're hooked up to a machine like a mask, and you're breathing through this mask, going max effort on treadmill. I've done it once in my life. And now most of these devices have algorithms that estimate your VO2 max. They're accurate-ish, I think, maybe. Not so sure I believe them, but like Whoop, if you go and do a VO2 max test, you put that test in here, it makes the algorithm much better for you. So it's very beneficial to do at least one. And then if your device like Whoop, you could enter in your actual test, and it will make the algorithm smarter to you and your training. It's like for me on this thing, it's yelling at me that I don't do enough zone 4, zone 5 intervals. to improve my VO2 max via algorithm, but I do think my VO2 max is higher than what this is telling me it is. So I am working on, there's a place in town that tests, but it's I haven't successfully been able to get an appointment. The metabolic cart's around $25,000 to do this testing. There's this new company that came out that has one. I don't like buying version 1 of anything. So I'm waiting for version 2 and see if it's still hot amongst the Peter Attias and Andrew Hubermans of the world. But it's like $8,000, but it can be used for any kind of training. So I could wear it and test how much VO2 I'm doing in a Metcon or on a treadmill or on an outdoor run. Mm-hmm. It links to your phone, and it could be used in an environment like this, clean and sanitary as different.
So it's all wireless, so your movement isn't restricted.
Yeah. So it's very cool looking, but I just don't like buying version 1 of anything. And undoubtedly, I buy version 1. Version 2 comes out next week.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So waiting to see what that is, because I would like to be able to test members' VO2 max versus saying you need to row at 8:15 2K on the rower. There are people that can have a high VO2 max, not be able to pull off some of these proxy tests for estimation. Like, I can't run a 6-minute mile, but I know my VO2 max is probably equivalent to somebody that can run a 6-minute mile because I don't train running.
Would like asthma or any lung disorders
affect it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Doesn't mean you can't improve it, though.
Okay.
So it'd be a very good thing potentially. And so more my wife question, but testing your VO2 max, if you have asthma, seeing where you're at, and then that's something to be intentional about building work capacity in that. But it is going to be a limitation for sure. VO2 max 1, dead hangs 1%. I think there's relative of percentage lifts to your body weight that you should be able to move. One of my philosophies is you should be able to carry your own weight. So even if you're a bigger person, you should be able to still do certain lifts, power lifts, that is, as part of your long-term health. So
that barbell is going to move until I can't put it in my hands. That's the plan, you know. I mean, everything that we've done or do translated in life before Piper, but having her in our life and just keeping up with her, or just the mechanics of existing as a parent physically.
Yeah. Just squatting down and picking her up.
Yeah, everything has translated exponentially more. I mean, I would probably guess, like, when I go to daycare and pick her up, I'm the only parent that can grab all of her stuff in one hand, squat down, she can put her butt on my arm, and I can just stand up, pick her up, and walk out the room.
Mm-hmm.
And what's sad but awesome is that is actually a big freaking deal.
It is.
Like, because a lot of people can't do that.
No.
Or even just lifting her up, putting her on your shoulders. He basically rucked like 85 pounds up to Upper Sardine the other day. And I was like, you can only do that because you do CrossFit.
And I was fighting a sinus infection.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had the backpack, and then, you know, we let Piper walk as long as she wanted, which wasn't very far. And then she's up on my shoulders, and I'm, you know. But
no, and I think that's the things that people need to remember that's beyond the body composition in the mirror. Like, your physical capacity is way beyond what this idealistic look is achieved. Because I know people that look a certain way that can't perform. So, looking at the whole perspective of your health. Can you move? Are you strong? Can you do the things you love to do? Can you care for your family? And are you doing the proper things for setting yourself up for long-term health? The running joke around the gym is I'm going to slip and fall in the shower and crack my head, and that's what's going to take me out. Do all this health stuff, and then I'm taken out that way.
But see, if you do your unilateral mobility, you won't slip and fall in the shower. You'll catch yourself in a lunge.
Catch it. So, but in all fairness, all fun and games, when I think of this long-term stuff and long-term health and the best way to train for your long-term health, regardless of your age, where you're at on your fitness journey, what injuries, what limitations you have, I still truly believe that this style of training is the best. Mm-hmm. And if it wasn't, I would genuinely change it. Like, if I felt that, you know, Butts and Guts Boot Camp was the best, I would start doing that if that was the best driver for my long-term health. Now, I'll tell anybody, any fitness program you do, if it's getting your heart rate up and you're doing something's better than nothing. But a program like we do here where we're progressively overloading, genuine strength training, anaerobic and aerobic conditioning, it just adds up to elite results for the everyday average human being that's gets an hour a day to work out.
Yeah.
And it's, like I said, if I didn't think it was the best to facilitate that for anybody, any age, any walk of life, we would change it.
Yeah. No, if I wasn't in the same mindset, if I didn't agree, I probably still wouldn't be here, first off, and I wouldn't be pursuing coaching.
Yeah.
Because I enjoy it enough and see the results and the advantages of it enough that, like, I'm 5 years from professional retirement at work, per se, that this could be the next.
Yeah.
I want to create that opportunity. I want to be able to walk into it and not have to start at that time.
Yeah.
But I also want it for, like, Piper's sake if she pursues it. Or the biggest thing with this place is, like, being able to bring the kids in and have them be close enough to see it that they're never intimidated by it. Because that's half the issue with most people is, you know, they don't understand something or they don't understand it and they're intimidated by it. So they never pursue it.
Yeah.
Or even just, so she sees that what we value and health is a value of ours. We always say we want another Ryan Perry in the gym.
Yep.
Well, you know, even more so as a daughter dad, you know, I don't want her to see some idiot that can just bench press 250 pounds and be impressed.
Yeah.
No, can you clean and jerk that? Can you snatch, you know, whatever.
Can you run?
Yes.
Can you row? Are you taking care of your health? And to your point, one of you said that, but not being intimidated. And because mom and dad do these things for their health, like I'm seeing it in my kids. I mean, Jackson's, and I've never made him do anything. I've just worked out in front of him enough. And now he wants to do that. He wants to do that thing with dad. And I think that's important for parents to do.
Yeah.
Super important.
Yeah.
Because it sets the example for the kids.
Well, and especially, again, with daughter dad having a female, there is so many positive female body type, body personality examples in this gym.
Yep.
That they should never have an issue if they emulate any of that or see it or even get to know them as they get older.
Yep.
Like, it is the best cross-sectional representation of being fit and being female that I know of.
Yep. And being healthy and what the reality of all that is.
And that's mentally, not just physically. Understanding that, you know, the Instagram version of fit is not maybe the reality of being fit.
No.
So.
Yep. Exactly. All right. Well, I've kept you guys on here for 3 hours and 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And
That's pretty good.
I think if we had a
We
whiskey
laughed,
or
we
two, I could
cried.
do another 3 hours.
It is fun.
Yeah.
Like, I enjoy these podcasts. I love getting to know members better, even people I see all the time.
That's why I love listening to them. Like, I work out next to these people and you don't really know their life story. You know their gym, what they do in the gym. But, like, we've run into people out in the wild in their real clothes and I haven't recognized them.
There's people that I know for the last 10 years, and you run into them at Costco in normal clothes, like all dressed up or something.
Yeah.
And I'll have a momentary trip of what's their name? And I've seen them every day, and it's like I need that gym clothes perspective in that environment.
Especially our law enforcement
Yeah.
friends here, because they're in their uniform, and he's like, yeah, she goes to the gym. And I'm like, she is? And then I'm like, oh, she works right next
Well,
to
like
me.
at the rodeo, right?
Yeah.
The sheriffs
Yeah.
are a large contingency at the rodeo, and I pointed out 5 or 6 gym members last year when we were at the rodeo, and I'm like, that's so-and-so and so-and-so. And
Yep.
Yeah.
Love it. But yeah, no, getting to know members, also a big part of this for me is building the community stronger through that, and then breaking down some of the barriers. I obviously have Ryan and Keone on here. I mean, they're like the quintessential CrossFit dudes, if you will, former college athletes and this and that, which I love. Don't get me wrong, I love that. I love them. And we do have some really awesome athletes in here. But the bulk of our gym is regular folks, people who have a job all day, have kids. They come here and work out. And in doing that, they're way above average and they're doing all the right things for their health. That is, you know, for me, when you look at the bell curve of our membership, that is the bulk of who we are. And getting that out there into society to break down fears, even if it doesn't drive people to our gym, if it drives people to a gym with this style of training, if you will, I think our society needs it. Our society is sick both physically and mentally, and I do believe this environment helps in so many of those aspects.
Oh my gosh, yes.
In such a meaningful way.
I didn't even mention that Sarah and those guys, threw us a baby shower, but the whole 5, 6, and 7 a.m. class also sent us gift cards just for food while we were over at UC Davis. Mm-hmm. That was hugely helpful, and they supported us all throughout us being out there, and they all feel invested in Piper, and she comes here and everybody knows who she is, and, are very invested in her growing up and her mile markers and stuff like that. And it's just kind of, it's a gym I've never experienced before. And I've been to a lot of gyms in this town in particular. And so,
I've been
here 4 years. Yeah. And I told you, I usually do 1 year at a gym and then I try something else. I guess I get kind of bored that way. Mm-hmm. And here it's so much more than just working out. It's a family, and you'd be crazy not to try it. I know I've drank the Kool-Aid, like Sarah said. I'm an evangelist for CrossFit. I'm an evangelist for this gym in particular. I don't know anything about the drama CrossFit except for what Shawn tells me, but
it's more the competitive side of things. CrossFit has a methodology, I think, still going strong, and they're trying to really get into CrossFit for health, not CrossFit for elite CrossFit games. Mm-hmm. We're here to make us healthy, us sitting right here. We're just trying to get healthy. Be healthy, live a healthy life, be people outside the gyms that can do cool stuff, and we're healthy.
And
you need to carry your daughter.
Keeps you accountable, too. Chase knows if I'm not there a couple days, it's either he's like, okay, Piper got her sick, or, she's on vacation or whatever. And, he knows, and same with Vi and all the others. He kind of just knows our lives or where we're at or if we're sick, if we're not there, and keeps tabs. And so it kind of makes me feel like, well, I'm not only showing up for myself, but I'm showing up for Chase. Mm-hmm. And even if that's not true, if it doesn't matter, it keeps me coming,
No, it does matter. And it does matter that each class becomes its own community in many ways. And you have that network of people, mm-hmm. and those people are as excited to see you as you are to see them. 99% of the time. Not gonna pretend we've never had that member. It's like, man, maybe this person needs to quit. But in general, those who stick around, who have been here and they're 10 years like yours, these are the folks that I want to be around. These are the folks that other members want to be around, and it's infectious, and it truly provides the best hour of your day, and then you get a workout in on top of that.
Yeah. I mean, they're your cheerleaders. Yep. I mean, when I switched to 4:30, Jason and Clint, who are the infamous people in the 4:30 class, they came up to me and they're like, you've been really consistent lately. And I was like, I was feeling like I wasn't because, we kept on getting sick every other week and things like that. And the fact they even noticed that, I was like, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for noticing that I'm actually trying, I'm trying to get here. So, even people that you think don't know you exist, they definitely do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I would say once you've been around here 6 months, if you've been going to the same class, mm-hmm. You become part of it. Mm-hmm. If you're a really extroverted person and talk amongst people well, you pull it off in a month and get to know everybody pretty quickly. And I've seen it happen with members, new people coming in. But, I'd say to new people, I know it's scary. It's intimidating. Might feel overwhelmed or this or that. But, I mean, you guys are two perfect examples of the kind of people you're going to meet in here. Mm-hmm. And, it's been awesome.
No, and like you coaching both gyms, that I've probably worked out at every time slot and at both
You have.
locations.
This is for sure.
There's not a bad one.
Yeah.
And you just got to find your own. And I think overall consistency is key, but you also know that you have the option
Yeah, it's
to
funny
be able
when
to
you tell
bounce
me.
around.
Yeah, I did Jason's class last night, and then you're back here at 5 in the morning. I was
Well,
like,
I was
bro,
coaching.
Yeah.
Or
that's
no, I
it.
had to. I've done both.
I know you've coached down there at night, but I remember recently you did like an evening class at South, and then you're
Yeah.
back here at 5 in the morning.
Yep, yep. Because I had like an
So
early
that's a
morning.
quick
or
turnaround,
something.
bro.
Yep.
We need 24 hours.
And the workout was approached accordingly.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So
But no, Midtown was here 2 years earlier, but I know Sarah and some of the people in the morning classes get upset, but I really do enjoy coaching both gyms. And for that reason of the community, like getting to know everybody down there, it's been awesome.
When is Jake going to come up here?
He's going through that time of his life of adjusting to a kid. I told him that, she's a year now. She's thriving. She's doing pretty good. They had a couple, hospital stays.
Yeah.
This is one of our goals. He does a lot of personal training, which does make juggling. And then their daycare's in South Reno, but they live over here. So it's just navigating the drop off, the pickup, the personal training schedule, and this and that. But one of our long-term goals is for us to both be splitting both gyms.
yeah. No, and it's the kid logistic.
Yeah,
It's
because
a
our
real
kid
base.
goes south too.
It's insane,
Yeah.
and some are more forgiving in that time than others. I was bringing this up before. Like, if I were to change my job schedule, our entire world would change. Or if she changed her job schedule, our entire world would change.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. Cassie now in the gym, like it has created more flexibility for us, but it does change the schedule. Like it's like any sort of minute thing. Like once you have the routine down, once it changes, it's like shit. And that's something I'm much more empathetic of since having kids. Like
I think that you bring value to this gym because you have that experience and perspective on things, and now Jake does too.
Yep.
And we appreciate you guys and what you do for us and the oversight you have of us, and all the amenities that you provide us. And yeah.
Well,
And we
thank you.
appreciate being invited on the podcast and taking all your time.
Yeah.
No, I enjoy this. I wish I could get people to do it. It's hard. People get so nervous.
Yeah.
People get so nervous to come
But
on.
it's just a conversation if you,
Yeah.
yeah.
And you guys have an awesome story. You've been here for a long time, and it's an inspiring story. I mean, I'm sorry that you got. I mean, was that the first time you ever divulged the whole thing with Piper?
Well, we told the story many times when we first got home.
Bits
The
and
one thing,
pieces or different people.
I mean,
or
I was
some-
one of the bits and pieces person
Yeah.
outside of following the website, so some
Yeah.
of that was new to me.
yeah, one of the, and you might experience the same thing, but there's a little bit of like post-traumatic
No question.
stress that comes from it, and you don't even know it's there.
Yep.
And like things like that will happen. You're just like crying. You're like, why am I crying? I've talked about this 100 times. There's definitely some trauma that comes with experiences like that. But
there's images that will never unburn from your mind, right? Like there won't.
No, I mean, image of when you talk about all the hoses and everything hooked up to your little girl, and Claire in the hospital dropped so much body weight, laying in the ICU with all the hoses and the buzzers and the beepers and this and that. Thinking she might have another surgery, and I think ignorance was a little bit bliss for me during all that because I didn't know the full scope of some of the medical things, but Cassie did. So it's like more of a burden for her because she knew the depths of where this could potentially go. Yeah, there's definitely PTSD, and that's real.
well, it changed your life.
Yep.
I mean, you completely changed
Yeah.
the way you eat, the way you prep your food, like everything. And we get to benefit from that because you're kind of tell your journey and we glean from it what we
I
want.
always tell folks, do you want the Claire lens when
Right.
you talk nutrition with me?
Yeah.
Or do you want like pretty damn good lens?
Right.
I have pulled that back a little bit to be a little more realistic with folks, but also so they understand the lens that I do look through. Hey, is this protein nut powder okay? At first I'd be like, it's fucking dog shit. It has one bad ingredient in it.
Right.
Like, I try to be a little more better about that. But
Well, we do that now. We look at all the ingredients now, and when we cook and stuff, we're all like, "Can you imagine that Derek's family has to make this from scratch?" It's like we always are thinking about you guys when it comes to some of these like normal hardships that you're experiencing that we take advantage of.
It's very overwhelming at first, but now it's just kind of like it's routine, structure. Kids are happy, thriving. We found a couple things like kids-oriented treats and cereals and stuff that are super clean. It's heavy price point, but it's one of the only major downsides. It's not cheap to eat this way.
It's sad that it's not
Yeah.
too, and going back to, you said Cassie handled like the technical medical side of all of that, right? Which she landed into, whatever. I think the takeaway from this at the higher level is for anybody else out there, if they end up in a situation where them or a family member is in an above average medical situation, somebody needs to be that person that asks questions until they get answered.
Yeah.
Do not just nod and go. Like, there are times you have to do it. It's not a absolute, but you keep asking questions until you get the answer you want. And if they can't give you the answer you want, they're not the person to talk to.
Yeah, or at least give you the answer that you feel comfortable with.
Same, yeah. But I think there's a lot of like this voodoo, it's over my head approach to medical stuff. And a lot of people nod and just go with it, not knowing.
Yeah.
And I think there are things that can and will happen if you just give that approval without knowing.
Well, I have a perfect example. So in the hospital, Claire's in the ICU, just had her colon cut out, has an ostomy bag. We don't know what does this look like for an 8-year-old long term?
Yeah.
Especially 8-year-old little girl. Like, there's a lot. Like, is this a permanent thing? So our surgeon was very confident that she left enough colon to be able to reconnect to give her normal bowel function long term. So you're thinking 8-year-old female little girl, like any child, but it rips your heart out. Like, she went to school for 6 months with an ostomy bag. I was driving there every day to empty it for her, and she was a champ. She was a champ.
She had a smile on her face from the stuff that you posted. I was like, good for her.
Yep. And I mean, she felt better, which I think was a big thing.
Yeah.
Now that we figured it all out, but that's a big deal for for anybody but a little girl. But yeah. So she's in the ICU, all that stuff going on, and she spiked a fever. They couldn't figure out why. Traditionally, with colon surgery, it's an infection. One surgeon wanted to open her back up. Opening her back up, you risk more infection and potentially of disrupting what colon's left, and there's not enough colon left to do the reconnection. So many variables. Well, our surgeon who did the surgery and made the decision that she had to remove the colon was very adamant on what she did and how well she did it. She ended up standing by the door for over almost 2 hours until the interventional radiologist came in and drew fluid from Claire's abdomen to test an infection that way. Because the other surgeon was like, this is an infection. We need to open her back up. That's why she has a fever. Dead set. This is what it is. And this was an old school doctor, very reputable. But this was the way. Our surgeon said, no, I know what I did. If we do this, there's so much other risk that can come with it. We need to make sure. Interventional radiologist came, drew fluid from her. They had to sedate her for that. I can't remember the drug they used for that. It's like laughing gas, but Claire was hilarious. It was one of those heartwarming moments in a shitty situation, but she was funny when they did this light sedation on her. But they drew the fluid, no infection. Thank the Lord. Claire still has this fever, and her heart rate's going up, and she's not stable enough to leave the ICU. This is going on for 4 or 5 days. Well, they're giving her Lovenox shots every day because she's for no blood clots. And she has to get them every day, and she hates them. She freaks out every time they come into the hospital. And it's right into the gut.
Piper had him in the legs.
Yep. Okay. So it's every day. Claire hated him, caused all kinds of stress, all this shit. And Cassie found research on a small group of people, but they have reaction to Lovenox shots that spikes the fever.
Oh.
And she called me. She's like, I need you to pray about this. I'm going to take a stand. I'm not going to let them keep giving her Lovenox. I'm going to stop it.
Yeah.
I was like, all right. Like, yeah. I mean, obviously what's happening isn't doing it. And if you found this research, by all means, and doctors argued with her, and Cassie stood her ground. She's like, you're not giving her this. The one doctor finally agreed. They pulled it. And within 6 hours, her fever reconciled. And all of her other benchmarks started improving. And within a day, she was back in regular part of the hospital. And within 3 days, we were home for Christmas.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, it's crazy just that Lovenox is an example of a protocol, a box to check, an approach that they will not let loose.
They won't budge on.
Nope. And you have to push very, very hard against. And because Piper was supposed to be on one round because of everything she'd been through.
Yeah.
And then they wanted to do another round to be safe. And we acquiesced to the second round, but then we had a very strong conversation about a follow-up round. I'm like, no, we're done.
Yeah.
You know, she's proven that there's no issues. I mean, she had a lot of areas of concern for clots because she had a lot of catheters and a lot of surgeries and stuff, and I get it.
Yeah.
But like you said, at some point, we're at diminishing returns. You know?
Yeah, I mean, they were, because of the fever, they're going to open her back up and do a rinse of all the surgical stuff in her stomach.
Right. Like to try to clean it.
It's not like we're going to try this different drug.
No.
Yeah.
We need to open her up and find the infection. Like, let's think outside the box here. And I mean, my wife, that was a huge blessing. Pulled the trigger, conviction, and we weren't going to be home for Christmas, and then we were home for Christmas.
Yeah.
Because of that.
We've had several moments like that too.
Yeah.
One of them was the colonization of her breathing tube, and she was getting pneumonia, and they didn't want to pull it, and Piper pulled it herself.
Yeah, so when you're intubated, you have a tube installed, right? Yeah. And we come in one day, and we come in on the tail end of a mass response to her room. So there's that first moment of panic, and then everybody started to level you down, and then one of the students, and these were really good students, she comes out and she goes, that was awesome. I just installed the best breathing tube I just intubated your daughter faster than I've ever done to any other kid in my life, and it went like that. And we were able to clean it up, like, because she got a new one instead of that. And because we were trying to get a bigger one in because she'd outgrown, like there was all these things going on, but they don't like to mess with them once they're in place too. So basically Piper facilitated it for them.
She ripped it. She did it a few times, like where she was just like, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to do it. And one of the times was they ended up switching her to the CPAP, and then she eventually got off of it. So it's like I mean, that's her personality now. She's just like gonna do it herself.
Yeah. She learned at a young age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, you're an idiot. I'm gonna do it myself.
I mean, obviously, I've seen her running around the gym and stuff, but she's clear bill of health now, right? I mean,
essentially, yeah. I mean,
there's things you got to check up and follow up on.
Yeah.
Claire's got an annual, poor little thing's got to get a colonoscopy every year, but.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, medically speaking, she's on follow-up basis for everything now. Like there is no, from coming home with literally having like a pharmacy on the counter for 3, 4, 5, 6 months to now we're just trying to catch up her development curve.
Okay.
And that's even been exponential.
Yeah.
You know, I think, you know, coming out of the hospital, she was 4 to 6 months behind on certain things if you were measuring them. She's down to like the 2 and 3 months range, if not better in areas. So, you know, it's just a matter of time.
We're going to do, well, she's still seeing a cardiologist just because that mitral valve regurgitation, but they think she'll grow out of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she's going to get a MRI maybe this July. She's going to see a pediatric neurologist because she hasn't had her brain scan since that last time she was in the hospital.
That's just for development checkup or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, she does have like a little, we don't know if it's a tic or if it's like she just doesn't have the words and she gets so excited, and autism has been thrown around. So it's like could be a myriad of things, but it's just another thing that we have to look into.
So how old is she now?
2.5.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's just like in here where we talked about putting ourselves under the microscope. She's been under such a microscope developmentally that we have to pull ourselves back once in a while and get out of the assessing where she's at and being thankful for where she's at, because the list of things that could have resulted from that compared to who she is walking around right now is insane.
Let her be a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, too, in some ways, if you keep looking for things, you're going to find things, even if they're not even
That's true.
And I've
That's
expressed that many times because she is under such a microscope right now. I've had many stern discussions with like our dietitians and stuff where they keep wanting to pump this or pump food or pump that. Like when she was on her feeding tube and we were trying to get her on real food and we were trying to convert. And so there was like a ratio. You want to talk about macro and calorie counting? Oh, it was insane, right? And so I basically had sheets where we could prove what she was taking in and even by the calorie and everything else, right? And
I had to do that in the hospital because they wanted to give Claire the hospital food. And I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but I remember one day I missed one because NEIS intervention service, Nevada Early Intervention, they're great. They supply all these services free of charge or whatever, you know. But they had come to do a visit and I wasn't able to be there. And like they walked by me on the way out knowing they didn't want to talk to me.
Every provider had that look that we ran across.
Because
Your dad.
Yep. Because they were telling her that, you know, we were going to have 6 more weeks of the tube and we had to do X and X and X. And by the end of that night, it was like, no, we're doing this. And then 6 weeks later when they came back and she was doing well, they're like, we're glad you didn't listen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. A lot of medical people deal with people that, one, don't want to put in the work necessarily, you know?
Absolutely.
And if they give them the advice, they don't do the advice anyway. Right? So it's you kind of get drained. So it's a privilege when you get to work with people that want to do the work, but then you get those folks that are like, not just going to do the work. I'm going to learn your job too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think it catches them off guard.
Oh, for sure.
Like it caught our gastroenterologist a little bit off guard because we're probably the only person in her panel that does the diet stuff the way we do. And Claire's thriving. And we keep asking questions about the Remicade and they want to keep her in a box of like, this is the amount, this is the duration. Well, it's like, this is a heavy drug. And if we can balance maybe, I mean, Claire doesn't have room for air. She's already had 2/3 of her colon cut out. So we don't want to obviously risk, but if we can balance maybe trying to pull back a little bit of the Remicade quantity, expand the duration, do blood tests to look for inflammation. If anything's changing, catch it early, because we do this stuff in our lifestyle.
Yep.
And if we can mitigate some of the medication needs for her long-term health, we want to try. And they finally agreed. So now we're at a lower dose at 8 weeks than the higher dose every 6 weeks. And so far, she got her next one's next Friday. And they do blood work each time.
Yeah.
She's been
Poked.
rock bottom.
Yeah.
Inflammatory markers, like everything's been looking great. But I don't think I know for a fact our gastroenterologist isn't used to working with somebody like us.
Yeah, it's a comfort zone thing, right? Because
Yeah.
they're used to having to give the information in a certain way, at a certain level, and it works, right?
Yep.
And, you know, when somebody comes in and starts questioning or having other ideas and they're not at the same understanding level, at least to them, they're very questioning on the other side of it. But when you can do the math, when you can understand the give and take of it, you just got to keep kind of explaining your point to them, and sometimes they will get it.
Yeah, and like we told them, we're not trying to say that Claire doesn't need the medication.
Yeah.
We're just trying to find a balance between lifestyle and maybe limiting the exposure to some of these drugs. And then Stanford. Claire's a member, if you will, of that hospital.
Yeah.
Like you guys with UC Davis. And they're like, well, we made Remicade so she can eat the cake. So basically, you can eat whatever you want as long as you're on Remicade.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm like, that doesn't work for me if you don't have Crohn's.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not how we live our life.
I mean, that's like the Ozempic.
Yeah, you can
in a
eat whatever
sense.
you want as long as you take your Ozempic.
Yeah.
You're just not going to eat as much of whatever you want.
Right.
But yeah, that was what the doctor said there. Like, we made Remicade so you can eat the cake.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, we're still going to make the cake this way, and we're going to limit these things because even if she didn't have Crohn's, we don't really eat that way.
Mm-hmm.
But then there was a dietitian there that actually had a good conversation with us and felt meaningful. All she did was reaffirm that she's like, I wish all of our Crohn's pediatric patients would do this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you guys, this is awesome. If you guys can do this as a family, by all means, it's just not normal.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the dietitians that here locally, they just pissed me off.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they got to the point they didn't even want to see me in the hallway.
Yeah.
Because I'm dad. I'm in the room with Claire, hanging out, and all I can do is research about things that I can actually control.
Yeah.
I can control our food situation. I can make sure we're getting the best food, the right stuff for her with this. So I'm in the weeds, research and this and that and this and that. And it was all very much food and health stuff. So I got this notebook and all these things. And every time the dietitian came in and said, how is she eating this and that, I had the macros of all the food I made for her, exact calories, how much she consumed, all the lists of yes and no foods that, we can have, and kept telling them, do not bring the cafeteria food. Because one, Claire would want to eat it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little different than what Dad's bringing. And it just, like, yeah, local dietitians, they definitely didn't, they got to where they wanted to turn the other way.
Yeah.
But, Claire's thriving because
She
of
is.
that,
And,
so.
and it's not just her, my whole house.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my whole health journey has evolved dramatically. Like I said, I had to pivot a couple things carbohydrate wise and controlling fats because of cholesterol and this and that. But the way I feel now and what I know now about nutrition that I didn't know before has been a massive, massive thing that honestly, I wish I would have known what this probably goes for everything in life. I wish I would have known back then what I know now. There's a country song about that, I think.
Well, what's funny about that is would the back then you take it as serious as the you now does?
Right? Probably not.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
like a traumatic experience in my family drove this needle to move forward in this direction. Now, if I had somebody in my life like me telling me this and I wanted to be like that person
Right.
and be at their fitness level and their health level and, somebody asked me how you get abs like that. You do all these things. I'd probably listen to that person if I really wanted that because I've learned these lessons going through these struggles and trials. But I really wonder if when I was like 30, 33, 34, training smarter, eating healthier, understanding carbohydrates and the importance with hormones and hard training, how important carbohydrates are in there in that whole equation. Fat's important for hormones, but I wonder if I could have caught and done something different with my testosterone production back then.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe not. I've gone down the path of replacement therapy. That ship has sailed now. When you've done it now for a year, that's just where you're at for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
But I'm always curious, like if I would have done what I know now back then, would that have changed that outcome? So my message in saying that is if you're younger and you're still trying to learn, when you have people like us who have life experience
Mm-hmm.
and, we've all been through some stuff, like you learn and listen to maybe those folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you 25 or even 35-year-old me, if I had walked through these doors, would not have stayed probably, or would not have gotten the results I'm getting, or because just I was in a different place.
Yeah.
You know,
And to your point, I probably
on
wouldn't have
paper,
listened.
yes, it's easy to, or you want to theorize that if I could have done this at 25, who would I be now? And that's always nice, but I've also learned to not, I guess, spend too much mental energy on that and come back to just work forward.
Yep. You can't live in the past.
So you do say that at home, he does say, God, I wish I would have done this, 10, 20 years ago. Like he wish he would have started this health journey earlier.
But I always caveat it with but I also know that version of me probably wouldn't have done as well.
No, there's a lot of truth to that.
I would have broke myself. I would have done the dumb stuff, the ego stuff. I would have competed when there was more competing around or whatever. And
I often think about raising kids. Like, how can you be the leader in the house that the kids would aspire to want to be like and not rebel against?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Growing up wrestling and strict diet and year-round cutting weight, when I got to college, I kind of got to eat whatever I wanted year-round. I paid the price for it, but I wish I would have taken some different habits, maybe skip some of that. But your point, you can't live in the past. I do say if there's people out there that you admire and what they're doing, works, maybe try to learn from them.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to be in the best shape of your life, now is probably better than back then.
Well, it's better late than never. I would tell anybody you can start at any age. I was a CrossFit rookie at 48.
Yep.
47, 48.
I got this marketing ad campaign going on right now for men over 40.
Yep.
And it says the best time to start was probably 20 years ago, but the second best time is now.
Oh.
Yeah.
We just sold it for you.
Yep. And you talk about, like you said, parenting and being the best example, right? I just either listened to or read a guy talking about, we're in this point in society right now where you have these designer parents where they think if they play Mozart or they do this or that while they're pregnant, that will develop into the baby when they come into the world, right?
Designer parents.
That's a term, right? And then you have the engineer parents that say if I structure their life in path A, they will follow path A as they get older, right? Mm-hmm. And there might be some micro truth to that, but I think overall, they and I don't remember the number, they said essentially your child is born with an X amount of genetic markers that will predetermine who they are, and they will come out on their own in their own time as they grow up. He goes, the best version or the best representation of a parent you can be is to be a shepherd over a flock.
Yeah.
You provide the pasture, you provide the safety, you provide the environment, and you let them feed and develop off that environment.
I couldn't agree with that more.
And, to expand on that, I think you as the owner and coach here have created that environment for fitness with this gym. And I think other ones have in town too with their own way. But I think that's where you're at with here as probably as well as home. Mm-hmm. So I think that's the way to look at it is people need to come in and create their own results. You've given them the opportunity. You've given them the resources. You've given them the inspiration if that's appropriate. Mm-hmm. But it's ultimately up to them what they get out of it because their input is the final drive in the machine.
Yeah. What they get out of it and what they want to get out of it.
Yes.
Now, my goals doesn't have to be your goals.
No.
Mm-mm.
I enjoy suffering. Not many people do. Like, I love the 24-hour events. My wife, go have fun.
Yep.
It's not something that makes her tick. It's something that makes me tick. Mm-hmm. You find what makes you tick, and then you can use those things as tools to live your healthiest and best life. Mm-hmm. No, you don't need to sign up for a 24-hour rucking event to be healthy and fit.
Thank God.
You don't even need to do CrossFit to be healthy and fit. I just find it to be one of the most effective ways to get healthy and fit and prevent boredom.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like the constantly varied functional movements executed at high intensities seems to work really, really well when done correctly. So,
well, I mean, the goal is to be, they like the term hard to kill, right? Like we were built to survive. We are essentially an apex predator, and that's like where we came from, right? And then in this world now, the idea of what that is so much different than when we were, cavemen or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think the shift into health span is more about, hard to die instead of hard to kill.
Yeah.
Survive longer, live longer, better.
Yeah, live longer, better. Right? I don't care. I don't want drugs and machines keeping me alive.
Nope.
Like, I want to get till I'm done getting in and just be done. See what the next chapter holds. But the scary thing is you look at some folks in their 50s now, 60s, can't do anything. I'm looking at people my age at some of the kids' events, like dads that can't, they gassed after a little bit of soccer, a little bit of that. And it's just like, dude, I'm going to be a grandpa out here fucking you guys up. Like, that's my goal.
And my age differential, I'm going to be that dad that everybody thinks is the grandpa out there, right? Like, and I'll take that all day long.
Yeah. But the reality is you look better and are fitter than a lot of people in my age group. Hell of a lot.
Yeah.
Some genes in that, but yeah.
No, but there's work in that and consistency. I look at my demographic and I think about how can I inspire these people to give a fuck about their health? And that goes across my mind. And what is my purpose on social media and to extend my arm outside of my class as a coach into society? And I have zero desire to be an influencer, like to turn that into a job, like some people do.
It's exhausting.
Oh God, that sounds like hell. My heaven is like a small cabin in the mountains on a lake, may or may not have internet, isolation. So like for me to want to be like this social person, it's people that have followed the gym know that our efforts on social media has been very poor when it comes to business.
Sure.
Up until recently, because we need to get through this growth hump to dig ourselves out of a little bit of COVID hole, maybe a lot of COVID hole. Lucky I'm still young enough and I plan on working the rest of my life. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
I like it, though. I mean, like the coaches, even the funny stuff you do with the vignettes with the coaches and stuff like that, it just endears you more to the coaches. They have more of a personality. I think they make them more approachable when you see them. So I know you hate it, but we love it.
I had to reframe it. So my purpose is the people of this gym and community and future people of this gym and community. Build a relationship, build trust, build rapport, both of people who already know us and people who are going to know us. That was the reframing. Not trying to build this, like you think fitness influencer, you're building this massive following of this and that, and you're going to sell the programs online and be able to work from the boat and the Florida Keys or whatever. Like, no, my goal is to coach in this gym and to be in this gym. And when one of my friends reframed it, he's like, you're just extending your coaching from your class into your whole gym.
Yeah.
Into your whole community. And that allowed me to get more comfortable on camera, not get like all shaky and sweaty armpits and hella nervous. It's just be me. Just be me, record the stuff, and connect with your community. That is your goal. So in doing that, I often think like, am I trying to inspire people? I don't know. It's so hard to do. If it was easy to inspire people, like, every fitness person out there would be like the wealthiest people in the world and this and that. So am I trying to inspire? Am I trying to educate, trying to entertain? Where does all this work together to build a relationship to where that person is going to put in the work to take care of their own health and do that with us?
Well, and I mean, how many of those people do you necessarily need to know happen before you feel like you've succeeded? Does it take one, or does it take 100? Or you know what I mean? Because everybody's got a different reward in that pursuit, right?
I don't know the answer to that. I know I want to create a business that supports that we can keep doing what we're doing, not as coaches, but as a community for a very long time. I want you guys to have a great place to work out, maybe you to have a second job when you retire. And I don't want to build, I don't have any desire to have these massive conglomerates, you know, the entrepreneurial space of people my age. It's like build, sell.
Mm-hmm.
I love coaching. I love helping people. I love interacting with people. It's lifeblood for me. So, I mean, there's a good chance I'll be coaching 5 a.m. till the day I die.
Because nobody else can handle those guys.
Well,
Just kidding.
I'm trying to get them on. I mean, we got one on here to defend the class today. I'm trying to get some more on here. I mean, they are a wonderful group of people, but it is a lifeblood start of my day. Like, I genuinely enjoy it, and I enjoy it at both gyms.
They're awesome.
And
That is definitely a dog that has a much worse bark than its bite.
yeah, it's created a reputation, and I'm probably guilty of facilitating some of that reputation because when you take the class off the schedule, you don't let new people come to it.
Yes.
It's like you start making this exclusive kind of deal, and it's just it morphed into its own thing in the sense of these are dedicated people.
Mm-hmm.
They train every day. They've been here, most of them going on 11 years.
Yeah.
They're know what they want out of their workout. They know what they want out of their time in the gym. Like Al and Eric want to talk some shit and hang out. They don't want to listen to me blabber on about triple extension all the time. You know, they're here for very much the whole community fitness, but they still get after it
Yeah, they do.
in a very meaningful way. Like they all train. They're here to be healthy, fit, strong, push the limits, all this stuff. And my job in the class is to play music that pisses Eric off, start the clocks, and make sure I can start the next class on time.
Right.
And I feel though they talk shit to me, they do like some of my warm-ups.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I'd have gone into that class cold turkey if I hadn't been doing 6
Yeah.
and had some interactions, especially with Mark and Eric. Like we did the summer smash that one year and stuff like that. But otherwise, I wouldn't have had any interaction with a soul in that group prior to that.
Yeah. And like with the group and the experience in there, I mean, a lot of them know more than some of the coaches I've hired about CrossFit at this point.
For sure.
So it's like you have to take that all in accountability. They want to get the class going so they can hang out and talk afterwards, drink coffee, this and that. It's a very social hour, but it's a very get after it hour. And bringing a brand new person that's never done CrossFit before, never been around this kind of community before into that 30-person environment, it's very overwhelming.
I mean, that would be the class that would be the one that made somebody not come back if you did the one free class before signing up, like the typical model and everything else.
Yeah, it can be very intimidating and very go, and it just...
Yeah, they're all badasses in that class.
They are. They're legit athlete. And what's funny is like the average age of that class, probably 45, 46 years old.
Yeah.
And they've just been doing it a long time. And it's just not the best group. I mean, 6 a.m. is getting big enough. Like it's hard to, like I got 5 new people in there today.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I had to take the whole class back to fundamental deadlift.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. I know 3 of them I've seen, but yeah.
But yeah, I just want to make sure new people. So when I'm messaging new people, it's like, what time of day can you work out? And if they say 6 a.m., I was like, can you go to South? This is a very small class. It's much better experience for me to get you up to speed on everything. And then we find you a home long term. But I do, if you've never done CrossFit before, I do try to get you into a smaller class unless you're coming with somebody you know.
Yeah.
If you're coming with somebody already in the class, it's a much easier deal. But I do think of all those variables when a brand new person's walking into the gym.
Yeah, each class does. You guys have talked about that in past podcasts too, is that each class has its own kind of personality
100%.
in a way.
Every class has its own personality, even if the same coach coaches those classes.
Yeah.
So every class and both gyms have their own personality. It's awesome. It's cool. But it's funny because you'll hear somebody like that, somebody that really likes coaching a lot and, you know, a lot of attention, and say they go to Chase's class. And then they come to 5 a.m. with me one time because schedule or life or whatever. I mean, I've had a couple people tell me like I'm never coming back to that again. Like it was just so overwhelming and so much going on, and this and this and this, and then you're like, go, 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 go. And it's like, it's a different experience.
Well,
Yeah.
when any of these classes have worked out together enough, they move like a team, though. Like everybody knows their spot. They work around each other. They absolutely understand each other's limits or what to say, what not to say, et cetera, et cetera.
Or even goals, like what you're trying to do.
The emotional intelligence of when you're walking in a piss poor mood.
Yeah.
They know my emotional intelligence. They're like, oh shit, what's up with Derek today?
But that's a vibe in itself
Yep.
to overcome, let alone any other interaction you need from the coach themselves.
Oh, and I'll say with people starting at a CrossFit gym, if you remember days, if you ever had to switch schools, they go to a different high school. It's like when I went from Smith Valley to Yerington High School, like, man, it sucked.
Yeah.
It's hard to get to know people. And we really do, thanks to people like you and Sarah, kind of have those folks in the class that are like the new member integrator. Like, you need to take this person under your wing. Jason in the afternoon is one of those.
Just like friendly people. Yeah.
Yep. So, and then our coaches, I mean, we really try to do a good job of making you feel as welcome as possible. And then break through some of that.
Yep.
So, yeah. What's the next big goal?
In here or in life?
I don't know. How weird do you want to get?
Next big goal. Well, my first goal here was just to be able to do a pull-up. And I am not there yet. But that's always a goal, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that I am running, can we appreciate that?
Yeah. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Yes, it
So
is.
I hate running.
Me
It's a
too. I
passion.
despise running. That's why I'm now embracing that I'm going to do some running events and try to work on this.
Yeah. And, I work up at the university and I tell my students, lean into the uncomfortable because, a lot of the stuff's uncomfortable, but you grow in that area of being uncomfortable. So I just have to remind myself, lean into the uncomfortable, try things that you're scared of. You come out better.
That is
for
where
those
the most
reasons.
growth happens. Funny with running in my Whoop. So the new one, it gives you a little more insights and it gives you your biological age, which I think some of that stuff's bullshit. But it's still fun. Right? I enjoy it. Says I'm 7 years younger than I am.
Yeah.
Nice.
But when you click on it, it shows you your insights. And in one of my deals that is not driving me younger is I don't get enough zone 4, zone 5 in, according to them and their algorithm. But running is one of the few things that is low enough impact on my body that I recover from, but I can still get in that zone 4, zone 5 pretty darn easy. Some of these metcons, I don't get out of zone 3. I'm hitting muscle failure and various things first.
Yeah.
Getting into zone 4, zone 5 is different for my body makeup for whatever reason. Alyssa, she can spend an hour at zone 5. It's
she's a beast.
insane. Same with her brother. Me, I do a workout. I'm freaking gas. 13 seconds in zone 5. Cool.
Yeah.
But running, if I go running, 2-mile run, 14 minutes, whole thing in zone 5.
Yep.
So me
There you go.
approaching hard things and overcoming things thinks that if I embrace running just a little bit more, it'll improve my VO2 max, it'll improve my all my fitness, and it'll reduce my biological age.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we did the function health test online.
Oh, okay.
Right. And same thing. They come up with a biological age, and mine was like -8.
I'm
Hell
I'm 37.
Yeah. Yep.
Killing it.
Yep. And I agree with the running. Like that when we ramped up the running, we did the running test and like the May running club, and I didn't make the whole month, but like when I was more consistent, calculation wise, my VO2 max was ticking up 1 or 2 points, and it was that zone 4 and 5, like you said.
You have to hit zone 4 and zone 5 to improve your VO2 max. It's no question about it. So, yeah, I try to get my 16 when I look at my monthly report. I would like to have 16 minutes in zone 5 for the whole month.
Yeah.
Some of these folks, that's half the workout. So it looks like I need to try harder, I guess.
I used to
some
live
things.
there more, and I think that was
I just don't like doing it at Metcons.
the breakdown for me was when I was living there more, because it wasn't that I was in zone 5 for a lot of the workout. I would start out and like I would come out sending it.
Yeah.
And so zone 5 would kill the workout.
You spike fast.
First, well, I used to more. Like, I've learned to, I call it, I have to walk into the workout. I have to build the pace. I can't hit the gas and drop the pedal.
No, if I'm going to hit the gas and drop the pedal, I need a 40-minute warm-up before that of building the pace.
Yep.
So, just coming out the gate anymore full sending, that's it's got to be a life or death situation.
Yeah. The risk reward or the return of investment anymore isn't there.
Nope.
Like I thought it was, you know?
Yeah, no.
And then so goals, I have one skill left to learn.
All right. What is it?
The ring muscle up.
Really?
I've done bar, right? And I've even been able to string them lately. And it's a mechanics thing, just like my cleans.
That's another $1 million I would have lost. I would have bet you could do a ring muscle up.
Nope. I've gotten really close. I have everything but the turnover, like, you know, and I just got to break it down and do the work, right? And, you know, it's a matter of me mentally getting so mad at some point that I do like I did with double unders. Because I avoided double unders like Eric Brown.
Yeah. Calling him out.
Yeah, I still can't do double unders.
I avoided him for like the first 2 years, right? And then I knew that they would be in the open coming up. And I set my mind to like, okay, every minute I can sub double unders into a workout, or every time we have jump rope, I'm doing double unders until I'm bleeding.
You're over here practicing before
all
every
the
workout.
Time. And then I finally got to the point because, you know, arm creep and everything else. And Chase is like, we banded my arms to my sides. And like, that was actually what made it click to keep my hands in place. And then once you get 2, then you get 4, then you get 10, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
And once you get 10,000, and it's all done.
And then you regress because your capacity goes to crap. But yeah. I think if anybody came in the gym and wanted one skill to learn, I would probably push for dumbbell unders first. And it sounds painful, and they would probably hate it, but it's the one skill you don't necessarily need the strength or the mechanical skills of the lifts or all those other compound things. It's just a mental grind of putting in the effort and the timing. And
the neurological adaptations that take place, especially if you've never done it before.
Yep.
And then it increases your ability for work capacity.
Yep.
Like it's a different workout, dramatically different workout from single under to double under.
100%, you know, and I think
even if you double the reps, you know, our standard scales, if there's 50 double unders, it's 100 single unders. Not even remotely close to the same stimulus.
No. And I think if somebody was able to pursue that process for the doubles, it would set the groundwork to pursue the process for the next skill and the next skill and the next skill while they're building that strength to get the next skill, maybe. Because there's a lot of things we do that are a combination of the mechanics and the strength that you need to build, or the mobility, right, in time. I think the jump rope and the double unders is probably the easiest first attack for a skill to learn the mental and the physical process of learning it.
Yeah.
For most. I wouldn't say everybody walking through the door, but most people, I would try to recommend that one first.
No, and it's a big confidence builder. Once you get it, it's like it's such a notch on the belt.
Yeah, it's just one more workout you can do instead of scaling, right? Like, and that's, I think most people I've ever noticed, and this is what kind of led me to coaching too, is they started coming to me when I got double unders down or when I was doing a muscle up or whatever. It's like, how'd you do that? Like they wanted to come.
You made
ask
it real,
me.
right?
Yeah.
So when they see a member do some of these things that they never could before, you made it real.
Yeah.
I know with coaches, it seems like, oh, we're expected to be able to do it.
Right.
And we were born with it.
Right.
Like it was gifted. You know, they never saw the progression, but when the person X has been working out next to you for the last year and a half, and you got double unders, then you got a bar muscle up, then you handstand walked. It's like, oh, shit.
What am I doing over here?
Yeah.
Which is so funny. If you want your $1 million question, what do you think the first skill I ever performed in the gym was?
Gymnastics or barbell? If I had to guess, it's handstand walking.
Yep. Because the only reason, the first WOD I did, because I had to come on Wednesday, had handstand push-ups. I'm like, I can do those. And that was the snowball down the hill after that. And, you know, but yeah, anything overhead like that, you know, handstand push-ups, I do strict because we're on the same boat. I will not slam my head into the floor.
Yeah.
Handstand walks, wall walks are my jam. That's one of my favorites now.
I need to embrace the suck and work on those.
Yeah. But it's probably, as an older person, if you can perform them now, never stop. Because your shoulder mobility and the ability to use your shoulders is going to be amazing.
If you can do them, I think it's one of the best work capacity, full body, and getting inverted. I think that's great for your equilibrium as you age. Like being able to maintain doing that. I don't know if you've jumped on a trampoline or anything lately or gone on a swing set, but like you start losing some of that equilibrium as you get older. Like I get motion sick now.
I can't do
doing the
box
swings
walk
at the park,
getting
jumping
dizzy.
on the trampoline with the kids. I'm pretty upset about it, and I get so sick,
Really?
like motion sickness.
Huh.
And I never used to do that, and I've tried to like build a training tolerance, but 10 minutes in, I'm sitting on the chair like, oh God.
For wall walks? Or
No. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like trampoline stuff,
Yeah.
because we lose this equilibrium.
Yeah.
So, like, if you can do wall walks and get inverted and do handstand holds and do that as you get older, I think there is a lot of value in being able to maintain that capability.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
For life.
I like that you weren't scared too. I think for somebody like me, I look at it and I'm like, oh, I can't do that immediately. And you're like, I'm going to try it. You know, I think that's a good mentality to have.
Testosterone.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think, what did we talk
I also
about?
think, too, like having men typically have strong upper bodies.
Yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
as nervous about going straight to your dome.
Yeah.
And even though I've seen some people go, some men kick up straight to their head.
Oh,
Like,
gosh.
oh goodness. We need to, let's talk about that progression in this process again.
Yes, yes.
Let's talk about where we start.
Well, and I read something, she talks about the fear. I was like, I think I've read it a multitude of ways, but like humility is the biggest blockade to your success.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you need to be humbled. You need to get rid of the ego and
Yeah.
not be afraid to fail.
Mhm.
You know, because for every successful, you know, handstand walk somebody sees me do in the gym now, I've probably failed 40 of them. Right.
Yeah.
You know, it's very much like baseball or other sports. Statistically, you will fail more times than you succeed before those successes are visible.
Oh, I remember like the second CrossFit Open here at the gym. It had bar muscle ups in it. And I mean, I was a little thicker around the edges. Power to weight ratio wasn't great. But I just remember slamming my chest into the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe getting some nasty chicken wing thing. And then I probably went 2 years without even trying a bar muscle up.
Yeah.
Like, one, fear. Knew I was heavier. Didn't go well the last time. I dislocated my shoulder once doing one of those funky chicken wing things. And yeah, a person today, see me do bar muscle ups now, would never have guessed that as gym owner and coach, I had like a 4-year window there being terrified of doing them.
Yeah.
Couldn't demonstrate it in group class. Like when we program muscle ups and, you know, the coach does demonstration, it'd be like, oh, I'm too sore. Can't
Like you
do
find
it.
somebody,
Yeah.
hey, can you?
Yeah. Somebody else to do it.
Brandon Lloyd.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to see you sling this out real quick. You know, and that did eat at me, that I couldn't demonstrate these things and do these things. And because I wasn't doing the proper work, but tons of failures, tons of tripping over my own feet, still building and overcoming this stuff. And I guess in my role, people assume that you just always had it. And
Yeah.
it's definitely not the case.
No.
The only thing I've had for a long time is the ability to hurt.
Yeah.
Like I can tolerate the pain cave of conditioning at a pretty high level.
I think that's pretty good. I mean, that'll take you far. I think
But I
that's
think it's wrestling.
yeah.
Wrestlers, typically, a lot of us who I know have taken that pretty far. It is a sport that builds a pretty heavy pain tolerance.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I just like it. I do. I don't like doing it often. Like the 2K road test, the 5-minute bike test, 24-hour sufferfest, but it exposes your brain and your mindset to like something it's like euphoric in a way. Like when we got done with the Odyssey this year and Wes and I are 40 hours straight,
Oh my
staying awake,
goodness.
and like I wasn't pissed off, grumpy. I was tired, but if I had to do something right now, I could do it.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like you guys had fun.
It was a blast. Great time. But the suffer fest that I did in Colorado built a different muscle that now I know I can stay awake for 24 hours if I need to.
Yeah.
And I know that I can do it doing exercise the entire time with zero rest.
Yeah.
Until you literally shit yourself on the trail.
So everybody at Derek's house when the apocalypse happens.
For multiple reasons.
Or just come to the gym.
I'm well prepared for the apocalypse.
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of people in this gym that's probably well prepared for the apocalypse.
Yeah, I used to laugh at folks that would be like kind of doomsday prepper mindset. I may or may not have a few of them in my family. But honestly, what caused me to have some sort of preparation when it comes to like some food and some, candles, flashlights, I can now hook my house to my generator and reverse the deal to power my house, was when COVID happened. And it wasn't necessarily, COVID was a piece of it, but when the pass shut down because of the snowstorm and there was like no food coming into here. And then with all the COVID restrictions, everything, it was like, this is interesting. Maybe we should have a little bit of emergency, like food and various things.
So you made a sourdough starter.
We can't have sourdough bread, and it's very, very sad.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to bring it up.
My mom die hard into sourdough bread and making it, and my dad, he loves it. He's like, hey, you got to try this. You got to try this. If Claire can't have it, I don't really eat it unless I need it for training, and I don't need sourdough bread for training.
Right.
I think that's pretty honorable of you, that the whole family really supports Claire. That's really awesome.
I mean, I don't know how you could not.
Right.
Like, this is my daughter. Mm-hmm. If she has to live this way, I have to live this way. It's only making everybody healthier.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine me or my wife. I mean, I can imagine a 7-year-old, my son, being frustrated with this or that. Why can't I have chips? Why do I have to eat this way? He's been pretty darn good, though. But I think that also comes down to the whole house.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't imagine me sitting down, mouthing down Domino's pizza, and my kid has to eat sauerkraut and, chicken breast.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that doesn't pencil to me in any environment. Mm-hmm. Like the do as I say, not as I do mentality. It's maybe mobility with me, but not when it comes to the nutrition, health, and stuff with my kids. And I really, in my brain, think that the better that Cassie and I can do in incorporating this stuff with the mindset of this is just how we're supposed to live a healthy, unprocessed food life. Mm-hmm. That when Claire gets older and could start making her own decisions, she's not going to have, this is, if I didn't have Crohn's, this is how I should live. Mm-hmm. Kind of mindset versus, you get 16 into college or whatever, and you kind of go, we hope that the way we're living and trying to just really educate and include them in that process, that they don't end, she can avoid some of maybe that temptation.
Yeah.
Because I went AWOL. I ate fast food every fucking day when I was in college.
Dude. I don't know if I've ever sent you the picture of Fat Shawn, but it was years before I came here because I had already kind of started turning the needle. But there was a point where, like, if you had a picture of me at like 44, and
he didn't look that fat. At least not to me.
No. My wife says I didn't look fat. It's just very kind. You guys are very kind. And she still married me back then, but your boy was thick.
Yeah. No, yep.
Well, what's funny about that is when he did lose all this weight and recomped and all this stuff, there was people at work that thought he was doing drugs because it happened
the
so
rumor
fast.
mill at work was that I was on drugs when I got down to that 155 and everything that one time. God forbid somebody gets healthy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that comes from a place, I think, people not understanding. Maybe jealousy, envy, whatever. That's their first instinct. Is you're not living a life like us, looking like us, so you must be doing something bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Which is funny because he's never done a drug.
Yeah, I am a drug virgin.
Really?
100. Alcohol is the only thing that's ever been in this body.
And caffeine.
I can't say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah. She knows I was moderately worried about my colonoscopy.
Okay.
Because I hadn't been under sedation since I got my tonsils out a kid. Like I was worried about having an adverse reaction to, you know, whatever they put you under with, because I'd never had it in a long time.
I mean, knock on wood, I've never had a surgery. Mm-hmm. I've broken my arm, but I've never had a surgery at this point in my life. I'm not innocent in the drug world, but that was a past chapter.
And I'm not preachy about it.
No.
You know, I made a choice a long time.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it came from when I was younger. I mean, especially sports.
Yeah.
I was always told that if I got in trouble for something like that and I couldn't play sports, I would be in trouble.
Yeah.
Right. There would be more than just not playing sports, because if that was the reason I didn't get to play, you know, your grades are one thing and I had to keep good grades. That was a whole nother discussion, you know. But if I got in trouble for that and it was the reason I couldn't play ball, I was in trouble. So I was like, okay, I got it.
All right.
And it made sense though, because I didn't ever want that to take it away from me either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So.
Well, stuck.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. Yeah. My only drug is CrossFit. So you want to get ring muscle up. You want to get a pull up. I see some unique accessory work that can take place in family bonding here.
There you go.
Right. I mean, because I even at the level 1 class, they try to make you do a strict.
Yeah.
Right. And I got to like the chest. Like I have all the strength, you know. I probably have every ounce of strength I need for anything in the gym. It's just getting those mechanics and the process down.
Yeah, and with the ring muscle up too, really being able to hold. That's what I irresponsibly did yesterday morning. Yeah, Thursday. Couple members at 6 a.m. They're like, "You have to do it. You have to do it." I was like, "I don't know if I can." Like genuinely, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then I did it. Oh, that's cool. But it's a mobility thing too. Be able to come in and be able to get that turnover deep into the dip.
Yep.
Because like a bar, I've never tried a strict bar muscle up, but you have to like pull to your belly button. You don't need the internal rotation to be able to get.
Well, the bar doesn't
ring.
move, you know.
Yeah. So
what muscles are you trying to develop to do that?
Which part?
Like I imagine it's not just, you know, arm strength at all. It's more like your pectoral.
The turnover.
Yeah.
Or the ring muscle. I mean, the ring muscle up is going to hit every muscle in your upper body.
Yeah.
Oh.
So once you complete it, you're going from forearm, lat, scap.
Tricep.
I mean, anterior, posterior, medial deltoids, into the coming down your lat, and then right here, it's going to be tricep as you're going into the press, ripping the shirt off. And once you turn over, you're going to get the pecs, triceps pressing out. Like, it's a beautiful exercise for developing upper body strength.
Yeah.
Like, your core, your abs, doing it properly, your butt's engaged, quads are engaged, everything's really tight. Mm-hmm. But literally from like sternum up, front and back, every muscle's going to be working and doing some sort of push-pull through that entire exercise. So tremendous value. So when there's like ring muscle-ups or bar muscle-ups in a workout, the stimulus is dramatically different than a pull-up workout.
Yeah.
That's usually why it's less reps, obviously, and various other things. The only chest-to-bar pull-ups can get your heart rate up a lot higher than bar muscle-ups at times.
Depending on which one, yeah.
You'll hit muscle fatigue quicker on a bar muscle-up than you will chest-to-bar typically. So muscle fatigue will be the limiting factor, not your heart rate.
And usually the limiter for me, I find, is that little bit of explosion I need when I'm fatigued. Like that hip pop or that turnover or that little flip of the switch.
100%.
You know, because then you lose that momentum, that transfer, and then it doesn't finish.
Yeah.
Because like the other day I had muscle ups and warm up, and then, you know, with Chase's little birthday wad, the arms were fried and I couldn't even hardly front rack a clean, and then I tried to do a muscle up and it didn't happen. And okay, I get it. I'm at that point now instead of where I was in warm up, and I went to chest to bar. But
yeah. Yep. So these two goals, work on them together. We can build some strength here.
Yeah.
Still got to meet up with you on nutrition.
Yeah.
Happy to do that anytime. I will say the program you got from Gabrielle Lyons, it was good. That was good.
Okay.
But we can sit down, dial into that a little bit more.
Okay.
And then it comes down to execution.
Mm-hmm. I'm much better at being told what to do. Just do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, 100%. And then, I mean, I know you're patient with my wife's and you're going through all the blood work and all the labs and all this stuff. So
Yeah.
that's good. Good stuff. Well, I learned a lot about you guys today.
Same.
I learned that you're married.
And so did everybody else after they listened to this podcast.
Yeah.
I've told
Congratulations.
people, yeah.
You haven't really told. I mean, if
Well,
you
to be
told me, then
fair-
it had to be early in the morning, and I was in that zone of just not paying attention. But
Yeah.
We eloped. It wasn't like a big old
well,
wedding.
no,
or
but I
anything.
mean,
Eloped-ish, yeah.
You're
Yeah.
married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I genuinely was like, I know they have a kid together.
Yeah. A lot of people think we're already married. So
Well, I mean, like Jason always says
Yeah.
husband when he talks about me.
yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations on
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
Got through some trials with little Piper, and she's thriving now. It's awesome.
Oh,
Really,
man. Yeah.
genuinely appreciate both of you coming on, being a part of the gym community, and I do value the relationship we've built over the years. Obviously, I see him more now, but I got you started on your journey. Haven't forgot that. I don't know if I'll ever be a nighttime coach unless I absolutely have to. I thrive in the mornings. I die in the evenings.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I've offered to rotate workout schedules.
He wants to put this on the record.
Yes. I said we could do a month. You can have mornings for a month, and I'll do that. Like, we'll just flip the schedule for
Yeah.
a month. Somebody likes their sleep.
Yeah. And I think,
And I'm not complaining.
and I think once you get a routine, right, it's like
Yeah, you got to
flipping back and forth
Yeah.
every month can get difficult too.
Sure.
Well, we might be doing it next week. I have to teach for 5 weeks. So I told Faye I might be in her class at 7 a.m. for the next 5 weeks.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I might be working out with you.
No, there you go.
That's the class I do when I get to do it.
I'll miss Jess. I loved working out with Jess, but Faye's pretty awesome.
Faye is awesome.
She's
Love
teaching a
Jess.
class right now.
Faye scares me. She's a beast.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen
And
the
she's
beast
so
yet.
humble.
Mm-hmm.
Just quiet. She's a recreational exerciser. She's not trying to like make it to any big event. She just loves fitness, loves helping people. And then her accent, everything is kind, no matter what.
Yeah.
That's true.
Everything's kind because she has a great accent. And like when I do some 7 a.m. classes and she's in it, I'm like, oh, man. Like, she's one of the first people in the gym. Like, we'd be working out together. And I'm not great at handstand push-ups. I'm not very fast at them, especially strict. And she's just cheering me on, running laps around me. Like, you got this. You can do it. And when it comes to machines, like typically there's not a female in the gym that can push me on those. I got to think, like in this workout, I can't make up time on the machine with her.
Mm-mm.
And she moves well. Yeah, and she's probably a bigger lunatic than I am when it comes. Her and her husband are doing every hour on the hour run 4 miles until everybody quits, until you're the last person standing.
Oh my goodness.
Challenge. It can be
Wow.
24, 48 hours. Her goal is 60 miles, I think.
What?
His goal is 100. They're doing this for couples fun. Yeah.
That would not be our couple's fun.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're super rad people. And
Well,
it's just funny
welcome, Faye.
just funny how the world works. I was shitting bricks about a coach with Jess getting this job and everything, and Faye just comes in on a 30-day trial. And it's super awesome that worked out because she's been an awesome addition.
Nice.
Yeah, I had her for the first time last night, and she was telling me about her journey a little bit. And she's like, yeah, CrossFit changed my life. I mean, I met my husband, doing CrossFit, and now I'm teaching. And she's like, it's just been my whole life.
Yep.
That's funny.
But yeah, she's great. I think she's a good scorer.
And Jess will still be around. She wants to settle into her professor deal, and then she still wants to coach a little bit, stay connected, coach and
Good.
stuff. So,
Yeah.
oh yeah, my kids move on. Jace
I
thought
know.
he was a keeper too.
Man, I am so bummed about that.
Getting his degree in exercise physiology, his master's. Thought
Getting
I was
all
gonna
smart and
really
stuff.
be able to like work him into something long term.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he just totally like 180s on you. And
Cop. Another $1 million bet I would have lost. Would never
he
guess
just
that,
likes to
Rick.
tell people what to do. Let's just say that.
Yeah. I'm happy for him. He'll be a great cop.
He will be.
He has the right
He will be.
personality, temperament for it.
Yeah.
To be a good one and serve the community. So,
Although he's going to see the underbelly of this community. I'm not excited about
no,
that.
and that is rough. That is rough. But
Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't jade him. I don't think it will, but
yeah, I'm getting jaded on hiring 20-year-olds as coaches.
Yeah, that's part of the.
Because you had a lot of life changes and a lot of life
Yeah.
evolution going on.
yep.
You know, Jason being a little older and experienced, Chris, Faye. I mean, you just, I know, I want to put energy into folks that want to grow this as a career or, you know, second career, whatever, in Jason's case. But, yeah, when you get them young, hot and heavy then just like all these life things happen. And
Yeah.
I just invested all this time.
I mean, you had Joaquin and Joel at South and
Leo, Trent, Sabrina, been through a lot of them and I'm happy to see them move on and do well with their life. Don't get me wrong. Zero disgruntled anything. It's just me trying to continue to keep a larger facility with a lot of these classes going. It requires great coaches and, you know, finding those people that want to do this. It's not the easiest career in some ways. You don't do this to get rich.
no.
You do this because you love helping people. And I compare it to like school teachers in a way. You don't become a school teacher to become rich. You do it because you love helping people. And then you get a great quality of life. You get the summers off here. You know, I count full-time as your coach 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
You know, you're a full-time employee. But if you want to make a lot more money, you need to fill that time in with personal training, nutrition coaching, individual design programming, other things that provide value. So, yeah. I mean, like you said, glass of whiskey, we can go on for hours, but I just realized it's 5:30.
I know Piper's probably sitting at daycare like, are my parents going to come get me?
Yeah.
But,
maybe to be continued.
Yeah, we have a part B.
Yeah.
Once you guys get your pull up and muscle up, bring muscle up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, thank you. Thank you
Thank
so much
you.
for coming on.
Thank you,
And,
Derek.
love you guys, and I really appreciate you being part of the community and everything.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, anytime.
We're appreciative of the community, so thank you.
all right. Well, this will
Funny
fade.
music.
Outro music.
Yep. There it is. Gotta use the fader. Bring it in.
All right.
You're supposed to say, and this has been the Double Edge Podcast.
You're right. I need like an outro thing. And this has been Double Edge Podcast with Melanie Melanie
just call me
Hilbert.
Mel. Yeah.
We're gonna go. Are you changing your name? We didn't clear that up. Do I need to change it in the computer? We good.
You're good right now.
All right. We got Shawn and Mel. All right. So, yeah, there you go. Applause. Yay. And if you guys made it this far with us and it took you 2 weeks while you're driving around, well, thank you for tuning in.
Yay.
Yeah, this is like a Rogan style
Yeah.
podcast right now.
Yep. All right.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.